to go. Kevin Johnson will inbound. Oliver Miller plays it. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets, no, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have made it 3 straight NBA championships. A three-point shot by John Paxson, the game winner. The Bulls with a record low, only 12 points in the fourth quarter. That is a NBA Finals record low, but it was enough.
Michael Jordan, when that buzzer went off, first jumped so high, but immediately had the presence to chase the basketball down into the crowd. Whoever had picked it up, he wanted that basketball, signifying the third world championship in a row, and he went after it and got it.
And Paul Westphal heads back to the locker room. A disappointing finish for the Suns, who had rallied and taken the lead but could not put it away. And Horace Grant, a man who has struggled the last 2 games, comes up with the block to conclude matters.
Talk about the block. He did the last 2 things that mattered the most. He threw the pass back out to John Paxson for the shot. He gets that assist. He gets the block on that last shot attempt to preserve the victory.
So the Chicago Bulls have accomplished something that has not been done in 27 years. They have become only the 3rd team in NBA history to win 3 in a row. No team has done it. In the last 26 years, only the Minneapolis Lakers and the Boston Celtics have won 3 straight titles. The 2 most recent teams to attempt it, the 1989 Lakers, the 1991 Pistons, both falling short, and this crowd has been stunned by that finish.
It goes back to the timeout where the Chicago coaches put the ball in Jordan's hands. You thought he was going to take it the length of the floor, but instead they suddenly flashed Scottie Pippen up to the top of the circle. Pippen takes it off the dribble, heads to the basket, kicks out to Grant, who could have gone up strong to try and tie the game. Instead, Grant has the presence to throw the ball back out to a wide-open John Paxson. No one can get to him in time, and that champion's attitude. Go for the win rather than the tie on the road. So give Horace Grant credit for turning and kicking out. And then, when it seems that he's beat, the recovery by Grant to block the shot from behind Kevin Johnson's head. Michael Jordan jumps, but then says, I want this basketball. He is off into the stands right now, gathering the basketball.
And shades of Game 5, the Bulls against the Knicks, with Charles Smith having the 4 opportunities to convert, and the Bulls, with the combination of Grant and Pippen, were able to stop Smith. They come up with the defensive play right here. Michael Jordan, the high man, with 33. Charles Barkley had 21, along with 17 rebounds, and the Bulls are still undefeated at America West Arena. They won during the course of the regular season, and they won 3 straight in the playoffs. What an unusual series this has been, with the Bulls winning the first 2 here in Phoenix, and then Chicago having their problems at home. Phoenix winning 2 out of 3 at Chicago Stadium.
I think it's just a credit to the inner strength of both of these teams to be able to go on the road and win the big basketball.
Could not win a 3rd championship because
there's a chance to survive in this series. You think it's over early when Chicago takes the first 2 in this building, and then Phoenix goes back into the stadium, makes a few adjustments, grows as a team, suddenly walks out of there with 2 victories. Now the momentum swings. They work all year to get home court advantage with 62 wins, have games 6 and 7 here, and what does Chicago do? Find the inner strength to come back and win the game they had to win here. I don't know anyone that wanted on Chicago's team to let it go to 7 and take a chance.
And Mike, following tonight, we are czarless for all of us here at NBC Sports. We wish you the very best. A terrific 3 years for you, and the very best with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Remember, if things don't work out here at NBC, there are many behind-the-scenes type jobs with the proper, giving it the proper time. I think that we'd accept you back here.
I appreciate the encouragement all along, the 3 years of solid encouragement.
So the Czar heads to Cleveland. The Chicago Bulls are in the midst of celebrating. And we will have the trophy presentation that is coming up shortly. The Bulls make it 3 in a row. We'll be right back.
At 10 o'clock.
NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Genuine Draft, who salutes the back-to-back-to-back NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls.
Programming.
Good night.
Genuine Draft and the back-to-back-to-back NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls. Making the world a very cool place.
Well, we have played this scene before, and amid the bedlam of the visitors' locker room in Phoenix, we have virtually the entire roster of the three-time champions, and David Stern will attempt to make the presentation. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Three-time NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls. Congratulations. It's a great accomplishment.
Michael will allow you to speak first on behalf of your teammates.
Well, I think everybody put their effort out there. You know, from Corey Williams to Ed Neal, all the guys that were going to injury reserve. You know, this is a hard-fought three-peat. You know what I mean? It took a lot of work. A lot of times it looked kind of dim, but we stuck in there. We hung together as a team, and you know, this is the reward of what the hard work does for you.
Thank you. The crowd here kind of blocks us from seeing the monitor. We'll try, but until Pax's winning three-pointer, you had all the points for the Bulls in the fourth quarter.
I knew Pax was going to make that. I just knew it whenever he got it. It was a great draw in. And, you know, for my part, I just try to do whatever I can. I hope you enjoy it, Bob. It feels good right now.
Is it joy, or is it relief, or is it a combination? This has been a great year, but a tough year.
It's both. You know, it's a relief. Plus, it's great to win. You know, I think we've gone through a lot. Me, personally, I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but to cap it off this way means a lot to me, believe me.
I hate to make you look ahead, but you've talked about retirement in a year or two. Could you step aside if the streak is still intact?
No. You know, my love is strong for this game right now, and that's how I'm looking at it, and I'm going to be here as long as my love is strong.
We're going to roll in some of the plays from the fourth quarter. I don't know if we'll be able to see them. Try and make a little space here, guys, for Michael to take a look. And the one that I'd specifically like to talk about, and we'll get to it in a minute, would be your last basket. They're up by 4 when Frankie Johnson misses a jump shot, and they let you go the length of the floor. Used up very little time, and they never touched it.
I don't think anybody saw me. You know, I think once I got the rebound, everybody was running to the three-point shooters. You know, I just kept putting pressure on the defense. And right before I get to the basket for the layup, Scottie Pippen grabs Marlin, which you can't get to the basket and try to stop me. So that was a big play.
Now, on the last play, you had to give it up in the backcourt. Never touched it in shooting range. Pippen gave it to Horace and then back to Pax.
Well, the plan was to get the ball to me, get it to Scottie, and cut off of Scottie. If I can get the ball back, get the ball back. But he turned it around, gave it to Horace, and then Horace kicked it back out to Paxson. And once I saw Paxson get the basketball, I knew it was good.
Where is John Paxson? Where's Pax? Get in here, Pax. Move him in here.
Way to go, Pax.
A couple of years ago, you scored 10 points on clutch jumpers in Los Angeles and what turned out to be the winner. You had a big fourth quarter against Portland as well in the 6th game last year, and now the shot that wins the championship.
Yeah, this is a dream. What can I say? Maybe we were the ones destined to win after all. What a great feeling. I can't describe what I feel.
Before we continue, Michael, I know you want to jump down. This has been in many ways your year with the dream team and with the certification in the minds of most now as the greatest to ever play the game. A final thought on what this means to you and your team.
Well, I think it means a lot to us. I mean, because we make history. Very few teams have done this. You know, especially when so much parity in the league right now, this is a major accomplishment for the franchise and for the team. And, you know, for me personally, you know, I think it was something that I was looking forward to separate myself from Magic and Bird. They never did it, and I did it. So that makes me, you know, feel special, I believe it.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back to Pax. When it left your hand, your thoughts? I mean, you had the stroke going, no doubt about it.
I don't know. I mean, that's instinct. You catch and you shoot. I've done it hundreds of thousands of times in my life. So Horace gave me a good pass. we struggled that fourth quarter. I'm just glad I could do something about it.
You were spotting up the whole play. That was obvious. You just went to that spot.
Right. I was going to stay behind the three-point line in case something happened, and the ball just fell in the Horse's hands. I got it. Unbelievable. I'm glad Chicago's got a third one. We're a city of champions.
Congratulations,
Thank you,
John.
Bob. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll be back, and we'll talk with Phil Jackson. Oh, wait, Michael has an additional thought. Go ahead.
This is for Jasmine, my sweet little daughter.
Who you with?
Happy birthday, Jazz!
And happy Father's Day to Michael Jordan.
Everybody in there.
All right, Trent Tucker's here, Darrell Walker, Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, Scottie Pippen. We'll talk with the coach, Phil Jackson. But first, let's go over to the Phoenix locker room. Paul Westphal is with Hannah Storm.
Coach, a great effort by your team, and you came so close to taking this to a 7th game. Can you describe what happened on the final play when John Paxson sunk the three-pointer?
Well, it was just a spread court situation. They tried to take it to the basket, and Mark West had to leave Horace Grant to go help on the penetration, and Danny Ainge thought that he might be able to pick the pass off. And instead of throwing it to Grant, he turned and passed it back to Pippen, who was wide open. I mean, back to Paxson, who was wide open. Seemed like that ball was in the air for about an hour, and he made the shot. It's a great shot. You got to give him credit. It is something every kid dreams about, and John Paxson got to live that dream out.
Coach, what about the dreams of your team? I know that they are very disappointed. What did you tell them after the loss?
Well, I wasn't real articulate. I just told them that I was very proud of them, that me everything, and that they lost to a great team.
Thanks, Coach. Congratulations on a great season in your first year, and we'll see you next year. Okay. Bob?
All right, thank you, Hannah. We just heard Paul Westphal say, Phil, we lost to a great team. I think it was better, for history's sake, now that you got it, that they proved to be such a stern test.
Well, we never could get a hold of this basketball club. You know, we've always been able to defend somebody, put the claws on them and hold them down. We couldn't hold this team down. They found ways to squiggle out, and they came back at you all the time. We had a nice lead. All of a sudden, their defense took over in the fourth quarter. We were so fortunate to come out of that game with an opportunity to win.
You know, you scored 12 points in the fourth quarter. That's the lowest fourth quarter in a final since the advent of the 24-second clock, and you got away with it.
Isn't that amazing? We got away in one. We had 5 points with 3-something left on the clock. I told the guys, we'll find a way to win. We'll get this thing over. If you'll play defense, we'll do it, and they did it. It's great.
How tough was this year for you with Michael and Scottie coming off the dream team, guys tired, perhaps mentally as well as physically?
Well, we submitted a record for the fact that we wanted guys healthy in the playoffs, and it worked for us. And when you got Scottie and Michael and Horace and the guys that have played together as a crew, you got a great chance to win the playoffs. Those are great guys to coach, regardless of the energy level. We might have coached a little bit this year, but we had to, and we got away with it. We came into the playoffs full bore, ready to go.
I know talk about all-time great teams is a parlor game, but you played on one of them in the Knicks and against great teams of that era, and you coached one of them and against them, so you have a good perspective. Where does this club rank?
Well, with Michael Jordan, you just step above everybody else because he's got such a will to win. He's so competitive. He helps everybody else to the nth degree. And that's what makes this team very, very special is they've got a leader that's a great competitor. They've got some great veterans like a Paxson, a Bill, and Horace and Scottie that fit together well, and BJ came on this year. And some guys off the bench that play their role. But he has lifted us to another level.
So the Suns made you miss the Grateful Dead concert in Chicago this weekend, but in a sense, it's a Grateful Dead here. Grateful for the title and probably dead tired, huh?
You bet. They've been playing for 30 years. I can see them the next 30 years, too.
Congratulations, Phil.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, let's turn here to Horace Grant. Certainly offensively not a factor in the last couple of games, but the key block toward the end with Kevin Johnson on the final play, and we'll try to clear the monitor here so Horace can get a look at it, and the pass out to Pax for the winner.
Well, our free throw shooting wasn't going right, but there's the block right there. You know, I just wanted to get a hand up, and I got the ball.
Did Barkley wear you out playing him at the defensive end? Did that hurt you offensively?
I mean, I'm not an offensive player now, but, you know, guarding Barkley, you know, it really would wear anybody out. You know, it had a toll on me at the end.
Scottie Pippen, you sliced down the lane on that last possession. It looked like the shot might have been yours. Then Horace was open, baseline, and he kicked it back out.
Well, I felt like the Horace was going to be open. I felt like his man was stepping in the lane, and I gave him the ball. I thought he was going to take it and finish it, but John Paxson was right there wide open. I mean, what more can you say?
No one can ever be the number one guy on this team except Michael Jordan, but in 2 consecutive clinchers, the fourth quarter against Portland in Game 6 last year in Chicago, and here with the 23 points on the 12 boards, you have made a key contribution, and in the Knicks series, you came up big when it was needed. So you've established yourself at a certain level.
our main focus is to go out and play hard and play our game and do what you can do on the court. Michael's going to be Michael. Michael's going to get his 40, 50 points, but the rest of us contributed. We can do what we accomplished today. And tell me the truth, did we just win 3?
You just won 3. Got to ask you one last thing. Barkley was really woofing at you. What was being said?
Well, he was talking trash, telling me, you guys going to be here to win. Steve, you guys going to be here to win. So you want to come over for dinner. So I'm going to invite him to Chicago for dinner. Chicago! Who you win, boy?
Let's turn to Bill Cartwright. At age 35, now the 3rd in a row, they must become more and more precious because the sand is moving through the hourglass.
Oh, no question. It's just unbelievable. A lot of pressure on us to win, to get it done. They're really kind of loose. And I tell you, it was just unbelievable effort. Huge shot by Pax to get it done. And here we are.
You played countless basketball games. You can tell us the truth about this one. When they had the ball up by 4 and less than a minute to go, do you think you were coming back here Wednesday?
There was a little doubt, but, you know, anytime you have Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Pax was shooting the tar of the basketball, we got a big chance. So this was a huge game for us and for me. And I'm thrilled to death. I want to say hello to my boys back home and my daughter, Kristen.
And a happy Father's Day as Will Perdue does the dowsing of Bill Cartwright. Let's go over to the other side. Much different atmosphere. KJ with Hannah Storm.
Kevin, it was such a competitive series, perhaps even more competitive than the final records will indicate, a 4-2. What was the difference in the end, do you think, between the two teams?
I thought this last ball game was a great ball game. I thought it could have went either way. They got a pretty big cushion for 3 quarters, but we hung in there and cut the lead down in the 4th quarter. And they just made some big shots when they needed it. And, you know, certainly they deserve it, and you got to give them a lot of credit.
KJ, a lot of people made the incorrect assumption that the NBA Finals will be played in the East between the Knicks and the Bulls. Do you think that the Phoenix Suns, by the way that they played in the Finals,
well, I think our play spoke for itself. You know, we're not satisfied with coming up short, but this is our first go run with the guys that we have on this team. And one thing's for sure, Charles is not going to retire now. We won't let him.
And you won't either.
No, you're right.
Okay, KJ, we'll see you next season. Bob?
All right, from KJ to BJ, and you guys had a personal duel throughout this series.
Well, it was a challenge. If you want to be the best, you have to play against the best. And Kevin is a great guard. He's earned a lot of respect in this league. And I accepted the challenge, and I'm just glad that we prevailed as a team.
You got a chance to start this year, and even with Pax's return, you stayed in the lineup, and you've managed on a team full of stars, a team that has Michael Jordan, to establish an identity of your own. Did you doubt that you'd be able to do that in the NBA?
No, I didn't. I never doubted that I could do it. I know it's going to be very tough. I know I had to come out and work hard and overcome a lot of challenges this year, but the guys stuck with me, and that was the most important thing, and I'm just glad it all worked out for the best.
BJ, congratulations.
Thank you, Bob.
We want to note that Charles Barkley has declined to speak with us. He is in the shower, and he is very disappointed, and we're going to have to leave the air now without hearing from Sir Charles. So the wrap-up here is pretty simple. The Bulls have three-peated. The nucleus of their club still fairly young. They still have the desire. Next year they'll try and come back perhaps and become the Quad Squad. For Marv Albert and Mike Fratello, Quinn Buckner, Vesey, Walton, Hannah Storm, Ahmad Rashad, I'm Bob Costas. So long from Phoenix.
So he meant something to us. You know, even though he didn't shoot that layup, you know, he blocked that shot, and we can forgive him for not shooting that layup. So that means a lot to Horace. It means a lot to us.
Michael, in your wildest imagination, did you ever figure the finals?
I knew they were going to go to the basket.
When they were up by 4 with about a minute left, they hardly ever went to the basket. They were shooting jump shots out there instead of trying to.
This is the jump shot team. You guys are trying to make them a go to the hole type of team. KJ is the only one that really, truly goes to the hole. The rest of them shoots jump shots. So they were living with what got them here. You know, and the shots fell short. We got the rebound. Next thing you know, we're back in the ball game.
What do you do in terms of history and where the Bulls and you might fit in now?
You know, I know it's going to be a lot of opinions about who's the greatest team of, you know, forever. I mean, when you look at the Celtics, you know, they got 16, 18, I don't know how many championships they got, but they never won the championships when they had 28 teams and so much parity in the league at this era. So that means something to win 3 in a row, knowing there's so much talent in this league now, so much parity in this league. You know, that's going to be a heck of an argument by anybody's standard. So we feel we must be considered one of the best teams ever. Personally, I mean, individual goal was that Magic, Bird, Isaiah never did this. So that meant a lot to me to do it for the 3rd time, yes. You know, I won't say that I'm better than those people, but I think in terms of success, continuous and consistently, that puts me right up there with them, if not, you know, a step above them. You know, so I'm not here campaigning for the best player in the world or in the history. I'm not saying that, you know, because everybody plays differently in different eras. But to say that we won 3 in a row and I was a part of that team, that means a lot to me.
In your wildest imagination,
the relief
final in which the home team won only once?
By no means. I would have never even thought that Phoenix would lose all their home games and we would only win 1 of our home games. You know, that was so inconsistent and, you know, unheard of. But I can care less right now, really. I can really, truly care less.
Does a game like this show how fragile a place in history is? Because now you're talking about your place in history. It easily could have been a Game 7 if those things happened.
You know, 1 play, 1 or 2 plays makes a difference between being in history or not being in history. That's how the game of sports is, not just in basketball and baseball and football and all sports.
Three at last. The party was put on hold last Friday, but tonight the Suns have finally set. The Chicago Bulls are champs again. Take a look at a live picture at Rush Street, where the party is underway with extra security under the watchful eye of additional night. And let's switch over live to Michael Jordan's restaurant, where the party has been going.
He's had confidence. He's a consummate pro. He knows his limitations. He's always knocked in big shots for us when we needed it. This goes into his repertoire as another shot that means a lot to us. And if you remember in L.A., he knocked 5 or 6 big shots down in the stretch. So when he had that ball, I had a lot of confidence in the guy. We've been together for so long. And I guess this season has been to a point where if BJ would have had the shot, you know, I've gotten too much confidence in BJ knocking in a crucial shot. So, you know, it's I guess we've established so much belief in each other that we never really gave up. And we always believed in each other's ability to get to where we are. And, you know, that's a sign of a great team.
How about the 2 big plays by Horace, the assist getting it out to Paxson?
And the second was an ordeal. What is this one?
Three-peat, I guess. You know, it was, I mean, so much stuff been going off the court with us, and we just pulled together as a family. And whenever you pull together, good things happen.
Is it more of a relief than an accomplishment? More of a relief than an accomplishment?
Yeah, well, no, it's more of a accomplishment than relief because, you know, a lot of people didn't have, you know, what's the word?
Confidence.
Involved and
I'll get you through this.
And the whole team. And, you know, we just pulled together.
What about the block shot? All right, Horace Grant, let's go to Scottie Pippen at the podium now. Curve or was the thing that they forced you?
Well, I think they pretty much forced us to do that. The play was drawn up for me to catch the ball and try to find somebody on a backdoor cut. You know, it just so happened that the defense collapsed after I penetrated. I found Horace found Pax, and he knocked a big shot down for us.
I'm talking about all game. Y'all had 9 or 10 trays there. Y'all were just going wild.
Well, BJ, Pax, and Michael, those guys have been three-point shooters for us all season. And when the defense collapsed, they don't give them respect. Those guys are definitely going to pull the shot up. And the other guys that are built around them, you know, we realized that, and we crashed the boards.
Could you talk about the two big plays by Horace, again, getting the ball to Pax and the final play?
I think the biggest play was the one when he blocked KJ's shot. I feel like that I was caught in the middle of two scorers right there when KJ pulled up for their shot, and I didn't want to leave Barkley on the bucket, but Horace came from behind and blocked his shot, and it was a great block, and the time expired.
You guys were down by 4 inside the last minute. What were you thinking at that point?
Well, Phil told us, let's just play some deep defense. We had maybe 4 possessions left, and you know, we just continued to do that. We was able to get some stops, and the only thing we needed to do then was convert, and we did that.
What happened to the offense in the fourth quarter?
Well, we just really kind of got out of sync. We let the pressure of them giving them credit really run us out of our offense with the crowd in it. We just got too erratic, and we throwing the ball around. And we should have settled ourselves down and got into our offense, and we wasn't able to do that. The shot clock expired on us a couple times.
Scotty, you didn't want to talk about the three-peat and what it would mean in terms of your place in history until you got it. Now you've got it. What does it mean to you?
Well, right now I'm not really thinking about the three-peat. I just realized that we just won our 3rd championship. But I think the thing that we're looking at now is really getting some rest. It's been a very long season for us, but to look at it from a basketball standpoint, winning 3 championships is something that really haven't hit us yet. But we realized one day that we was probably one of the greatest teams.
All right, back live in the Bulls locker room. B.J. Armstrong, the baby-faced assassin who hit down a couple of big threes here, just standing here in the corner talking to reporters, really away from the fray. You seem to be more relieved than excited.
I'm excited, relieved, happy, sad, all wrapped up into one.
What are you sad about?
You know, I just sad that the season ended, you know, and that we worked so hard to get here. And I'm happy that we were able to repeat as champions. It's just a wonderful moment for me personally and for the rest of this team.
You should take it personally because this was your coming out party. You proved that you belonged as a starter on a championship team this year.
Well, it's been a hard year for all of us, and it's part of it for me individually to go out and play my part on this team. And I'm just happy for the success because you know, you can't do anything without the team, and I understand that. And the guys came out and proved it again, and we made the shots when we had to.
You're one of the best spot-up shooters in the NBA. You had the threes going when they needed it.
Yeah, well, you know, as long as Michael has the confidence to find me when he's double-teamed or triple-teamed, I have the confidence that I can make him, and the two kind of go hand in hand.
So what are you going to do now? Get in there and get some champagne.
I just kind of want to step away and look at the guys and enjoy the moment and just kind of have an overview, a picture. Because all I have from this is a memory now, and I just want to let it all sink in and enjoy every moment.
All right, we'll let you have your moment. Congratulations. B.J. Armstrong.
10-point lead.
How do you consider your personal performance in this final compared to the last 2?
I don't think my personal performance really matters as long as we win. So that's something that I really never look back upon. This is probably the greatest because we've been able to accomplish something that no other team has in the last 20 years.
Scottie Pippen tonight with 23 points. Chicago Bulls.
There are only a few gathering out there. What they tell me is that they do
Works like a
celebration here.
Winning the NBA Finals of 1993, 4-2. Here's Bulls head coach Phil Jackson.
Well, I didn't and wasn't privy to what those young men said, but I'm sure they must have said an earful. I think the motto that struck me the most that has come out of this series has been 3 the hard way, and we certainly did the 3 the hard way today after playing a fourth quarter like we did and still surviving it. 12 points in the fourth quarter, 5 at the 3-minute mark, and to come out of that with a victory is certainly an unusual sequence of events. You can't say enough about Michael taking a load on and becoming the MVP, which I'm sure he was voted in this playoffs. But the other people that contributed, particularly Paxson and the entourage of players that have just filled vacuums and roles in this three-peat. The energy of this ball club I think is carried by Michael Jordan, but Scotty did a wonderful job. Horace is a defensive great effort today, even though offensively he wasn't a success. And we had good bench play out of Trent Tucker and Scott Williams as they went back and forth off the bench and did jobs defensively and offensively for us. I have to say that I congratulate the Phoenix Suns on a great season and a great effort and a wonderful game that they played today. Even though they didn't shoot well and things didn't work out right for them, they certainly were a gameful opponent, particularly today.
Bill, last year you said it was an odyssey. How do you describe this year?
This year was a roller coaster ride, I have to say that, particularly this final series that just went back and forth. 3 games won on the road by this ball club to win this series. Certainly typifies the emotional swings that went on in this particular playoff series. We had a great run to start the first 2 playoffs, and then of course the New York series was a very emotional one with us winning the last 4 games in that series. And then coming in here and having that same emotional upbeat, playing loose and free, and then to go back to Chicago and play rather restricted basketball for this ball club. But you got to give the Suns a lot of credit. They had something to do with that too.
Was all of this three-point shooting by the Bulls a result of any pregame plan or something that just evolved in the flow of the game?
We talked a lot in practice about the fact that our spacing in game number 5 was poor. We had gotten clogged in the lane. Michael had been a threat in the post and shot turnarounds as he did today in the third quarter. And that we had to have the spacing, but it took a small guard front of Paxson and BJ really to accomplish that task, and Trent Tucker. And so we were able to space the court with our three-point shooters and allow ourselves some liberty and some freedom inside the lane.
Hey, Phil, on Paxson's shot, when you set up the play in the huddle, what option was he? Was he a second or third option on that play?
Well, we said, you guys want to go for it? You want to hit the 3? That's yours. You have to go for the feel of the play. But basically, we had a play set up for Michael off a backdoor step by Scottie Pippen and taking it to the basket. They played that well. Scottie took the drive, found Horace wide open. Horace kicked it back out and found the open shooter. And that was really the spot-up guys that we had spaced on the floor that he recognized.
So it was Horace's decision in the end to go?
Yes, it was. And he wasn't confident about his own offense, and so he knew where the spot-up shooters were and did it.
Is the way you won this championship going to secure a place in history for you as much as having won 3 in a row?
Well, you guys will have a lot to do with that. How people remember this ball club, I think, will have a lot to do with how people write about it and how people think about it in the future. And I can't...
Voice here.
My voice is worse than ever. But I was kind of screaming up there on the court.
Okay, in a pregame, Smith is 20. A bottle instead of a glass of champagne. Where the heck is it?
I'll tell you what. Stick around long enough and I'll get to you.
Your career, as you were saying earlier, just the littlest of a trade from the Knicks to the Bulls. Here you are clanking 3 rings here. It's just absolutely amazing for a guy who is able to, I don't know how much longer you want to play, but to go out with these many thrills, these many memories.
This is an unbelievable situation. I'm in here to be on a championship team, to play with the players that I'm with, and it's just a certain camaraderie, it's a certain chemistry where we know each other, we understand each other, and we play together long enough, we know how to get things done. And I'm fortunate to be here, and I plan on being around next year.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you. Do you have any cheese to go with that champagne? I'm looking right here.
Oh, yeah. Let me know where you're staying. It's on me tonight, whatever you want.
All right, Phil, congratulations. Let's go back to Ron and Carol in the studio.
Yeah, thanks. Come home, Mark. Come home. It's over. Well, the Bulls certainly a class
to an open.
We're hoping now that Chicagoans will celebrate with all the class that
to get going.
And Dick Kay is at Russian Division, where a lot of folks are gathering. Dick?
Yeah, Ron, we are high above state and division, and let's just pan over and take a look at the celebration that's going on Division Street. It was very quiet here earlier because it was Father's Day, a beautiful day, and of course the game was nip and tuck. It was standing room only in a few places, but for the most part, there was plenty of room in the bars, and there really was no wait at the doors. But now look at this. People are celebrating. By the way, there are plenty of police in the area. There are, in fact, 2 lines of mounted policemen, one at State and Division, another line backing them, squad cars behind them, and also Chicago Police heavy equipment units. Now, what's happening is a lot of people are just coming to join in the celebration. And so far, it has been just that, a celebration of this three-peat. People have just walked out of the bars, walked out into the street. This whole area is blocked off. You cannot drive into this area. There will be no repeat of last year. Things are, in fact, a genuine celebration. People walked for several blocks to get here.
Our traps, our defensive tendency to create turnovers, they were able to penetrate at unusual times. Their three-point shooting was always a problem to us. And their spacing and the oddity of their lineup and the size matchups was always a problem. And they just have a very unusual team and a very successful one, too.
Coach, you're the, let's say hypothetically, you're the coach of the Phoenix Suns. You want to improve your club. Give us some moves. What do you do in the offseason?
I'll leave that up to their brilliant minds that have done such a good job to place them here in this particular situation in the sixth game of the '93 final. All right.
Phil Jackson, and here's John Paxson.
No questions, I'll go.
Sit in the middle if it's possible.
In the middle?
Yes, if it's possible, please.
Was I surprised they left me open? Just the way that play is designed, it's to space the floor, and when Michael created penetration, your first instinct as a defensive player is to get back in the lane, and that's what they did. And when Horace fumbled a little bit, he saw me open and just kicked it out. So, I mean, it was not designed necessarily to get a three. It was designed to give Michael the opportunity to create, either get to the hole and score or get fouled.
Paul Westphal said he thought that shot was in the air for about an hour.
You're not thinking, you're reacting. I caught the ball and shot it as I've done throughout my entire life. I wish it would have stayed in about 3.9 longer so that we wouldn't have had that last play. But I'm thrilled that I was able to be in that position to step up and knock in the shot.
You know, it was the one when you let it go.
You're not thinking. I mean, it seemed to get to the basket pretty quick to me. And when my shots are going in, they seem to be right on line and get to the basket in a hurry. So it felt good when I left, but I wasn't looking at the clock. I was just looking at the rim and trying to knock it in.
Did it go off the glass?
Did it go off the glass? I don't think so. Looked like it went straight into me.
John, there were an awful lot of jump shots in the fourth quarter that were short, and it looked like the pressure was getting to some shooters. What did you feel when you took the shot? Did you feel any nerves?
No, not at all. Like I said, I've been playing basketball since I was 8 years old, and I've taken hundreds of thousands of shots in my driveway growing up, and to this point, it's a reaction. It's what I practiced, and your instincts are to catch and shoot, and that's what I did.
John, LA was such a big thrill for you when you had the big game at the end. How does this compare? I mean, did you ever think you'd even have another opportunity like that?
At the end, not give anything. That probably was tough.
We're told John Paxson is now at the podium in Phoenix. Let's see.
Off my hand, it felt good. I got a clean look at it. There was, and that, so I got a real good look at the basket. Yeah, when it went in, I was thrilled. Obviously, I looked at the clock first of all to see how much time was left, and you still have 3.9, and Horace comes up with a big block at the end. We did a good job defensively, and I think we're all very relieved that this season's over with. It seems like these last 3 years have run into each other, and it's all been one long year. And the weight of three-peating and everyone talking about it and being asked it over and over again, that takes its toll on you after a while.
standout some hero.
Yeah, well, Trent came in and played great. I mean, had 7 big points in the first half for us and played very well. And Scott Williams did his job. Our bench gets some criticism because we don't score a lot, but the way our offense is set up, oftentimes we're not called upon to do that as much. But I think we showed that we can be an important factor in a very important game at that.
John, did you realize that nobody on your team but Jordan had scored?
Yes, I had. In the fourth quarter, yeah, I knew we had 9 points and he'd scored them all, yeah. I knew that, and I'll tell you, to be very honest, when we were sitting there with about a minute left, I was thinking about all the questions we'd be asked about how no one else contributed, so I'm thankful that we don't have to answer those.
The Bulls hitting 10 of 14 three-pointers for the game. Phoenix just 4 of 11. John Paxson hitting the big one with 3.9 seconds.
The Bulls' big win in Phoenix.
Shot only 30.
Standby police, and they blocked.
We'll see you at 10.
For me, I mean.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the Bulls. They are worthy champions, and they did what they had to do to win the game today. I respect our team so much. I just thought we played a sensational game. We really beat them in every area but the final score. And that's a credit to our guys for how well they played, and it's a credit to the Bulls for being able to win the game anyway. We tried to keep them out of the paint and make them beat us outside, and they made 10 out of 14 threes. You know, we out-rebounded them. We got the shots we wanted. We didn't make enough of them. But I really am pretty much in awe of our team. I respect them so much, and I just told them to keep their heads up, that they had an unbelievable year, that they're a great team, and that they lost to a great team.
Paul, when you substituted within the last minute or two and put Frank Johnson in the game, what was your intention?
Well, we had a lead, and they were going small on us. The biggest guy was Horace Grant. So we just put our best free throw shooters and best ball handlers in the game, like we always do at that stage of the game. Well, we crisscrossed Ainge and Marley to the corners. If either of them got open, we would inbound the ball to them and they would take the shot. If they were covered, then Oliver Miller backpicked Charles and sent him to the basket. And if we could inbound to Charles, we would do that. If none of those options were open, the play was to throw it into Oliver and have him give it back to KJ and have KJ.
Each night that the Bulls could have clinched with extra security.
And that's pretty much what happened. Michael made KJ cut behind him and instead of letting him get a straight cut to the basket, and that used a little bit of time. And Kevin had to pull up rather than take it maybe one more dribble, which he probably would have done if he didn't have to dodge Michael to get the return pass. And he just didn't have enough time to make something good happen after that.
Phil Jackson mentioned how efficient you were with the unusual lineups. Do you plan a lot of those before the game, or is it really just instinct?
Well, we just try to happy as you might guess, with lineups that we think will work depending on situations. And we have a lot of players that are versatile.
Everyone's watching the game earlier, surprisingly light. And then with the
year with success, Dan Marley has played everything from point guard to center. And when you have a player like him, Charles has played center for us, he's played small forward for us as well as power forward. When you have players like that you can slide to bigger, small positions, it enables you to have a lot of options, and we just have versatile players.
What was your defensive strategy on the play that the Bulls did score with Paxson's three-pointer?
Well, we just tried to guard them. We matched up, and we thought that they would try to get it to Michael, and actually they just took off and attacked and left Michael in the back court. And Pippen tried to get to the basket, and Mark West had to go over there to help. And really, there's no strategy involved. We're just trying to play the best defense we can, guard them in, and not let them get a good shot. And Danny Ainge thought that he needed to go to Grant, and they found Paxson behind the line. There was nobody on that side to go help.
Paul, could you describe what happened on Jordan's length of the floor play prior to that?
Well, that's just a play that happens too much in basketball, but no coach has figured out how to stop it. When you have a lead, you try not to foul and give them, you know, stop the clock and give them an easy basket. Well, a great player like Michael knows that. Because you're probably not going to foul him or risk a foul. And he got all the way to the basket. And, you know, we've all seen it happen a million times.
When you're watching Paxson shot from the bench, did it look good all the way?
Unfortunately, it did. It seemed like it took forever. And I had to smile to myself when the shot was going, because I'm sitting here saying we've worked all year, and we're at the mercy of this ball. If it comes down in the net, you know, we're in big trouble, and if it misses, then we're in Game 7. And it's just kind of ironic. You know, you work as hard as you can, and then it comes down to everybody in the gym watching that ball. You know, we're all hoping it misses, and they're happy when it goes in.
When Marley missed the long three-pointer and Charles got the rebound, called timeout, you had a smile on your face and made a gesture towards Dan. What were you thinking right then?
Oh, just having fun. Just told him he choked. You know, the shot was about 10 feet behind the line, and it was in and out. You know, it was just the most absurd thing I could think of. Just wanted to just let him know it was okay.
Looking back on this game or on the series as a whole, if you had it to coach over, is there anything you'd do differently?
I don't think so. I'm very satisfied with the effort our guys gave, and only one team gets to win. It wasn't our year.
Schultz had 12 points and 3 24-second violations in the fourth quarter. Can you play any better defense?
No, that's what I was saying. You know, I'm so happy with our team. They did everything you could ask a team to do today. You know, shots going in or out, that's a variable you can't control. If you get good shots, you just take your chances. That's why they call it basketball. But in the areas that you can measure, we were sensational.
You had a second chance to plant the last play, 3.9. We have put Oliver Miller there. We have used Oliver Miller, a rookie.
Sure. He's got the best hands on the team, and he's also the biggest guy. And we needed him, and he's also probably the best passer. And if the other guys don't break open, you have to have a safety valve. And he's the perfect guy.
All right, Paul Westphal, let's hope Mr. Interview is yet to come. Let's hope he's coming to the podium. Charles Barkley. Charles with 21 points, 17 rebounds. He's been very entertaining the entire series, both on and off the court. It'd be nice to get a finishing touch from Sir Charles Barkley. And normally we have a chance until...
Calling three-peat. Some people are actually wearing those three-peat hats, and this young man is one of many who have a message.
Calling Sir Charles. Calling Sir Charles, where are you? Where are you? Chicago wants to know. Well, I'll tell you, there's something about destiny. Your destiny was to be doomed.
Well, that's summing up the mood here, but it's a very festive crowd.
Art, if you can hear us, he was calling for Sir Charles, and we just got word that Charles Barkley...
Sometimes they talk about how much money guys make and what commercials they do and whatever. But at times like this, I think it's really bad to be an athlete, whether it's the Super Bowl, whether it's the World Series, or it's the NBA Finals. I mean, I don't think people realize that you are human. You do have feelings. And you know, right now, you're kind of actually caught between a rock and a hard place. Because you want to say it was a great year, but you feel so bad right now. And just disappointed, hurt, and I think what disappointed us the most, I really think deep down we feel like, I'm not going to sit and say we're better than the Bulls, but I think we feel like we're just as good as they are. I think if in the 4 games we lost, hypothetically we could have won in any one of the games, or all 4 of them. But it just wasn't meant to be. And we can't do anything about it but congratulate the Bulls. And just try to keep your emotions under control. Because right now you hurt a lot.
Chuck, on the last play of the game, can you describe where you were on the court and how you were kept from the ball?
Well, I think on our possession.
Final 4 seconds.
It was just we just wanted to get the ball to anybody who was open, and it just didn't happen. Well, it just it just didn't work out. I mean, I can't sit here and worry too much about it because it's over, but it just you just got to give the Bulls a lot of credit.
Scotty said he thought you had him posted up, and Oliver just didn't see you.
So I had him posted up, but I think in that situation, you know, it just Oliver it just didn't happen.
Charles, you struggled offensively tonight. The shots just weren't going down. Or?
Well, I mean, you never can worry about shots not going in. You just shoot the ball and hope it goes in. I never worried too much about shot personally. I mean, we got some good shots. Kevin got a couple jumpers. I mean, sometimes the ball doesn't go in, but I thought we played tremendous defense today. But we had 3 opportunities to be able to lead to 6, and we didn't. And yeah, I give John Paxson tremendous credit. He made a great shot.
Charles started 11 months ago in Barcelona, and then
Charles Barkley, who on Friday.
Second, it's over.
Well, I think that's the thing that hurts more than anything. We've been doing this for 6 or 7, 8 months, and it's over, just like that. I mean, it's done.
Lead by 3.
I look at the Bulls and I look at us, and I think I'm proud of both teams because I think we're the only 2 teams in the league that made up their mind that they were going to the finals. I mean, I think the Bulls were on a mission to three-peat, and I think that we, from the first day we met up in Flagstaff, our only objective was big is coming to McDonald's. Go to the finals. A lot easier said than done. And for us to keep focused all year, I think it's a great accomplishment. But also, we didn't just want to get to the finals. We felt like if we played up to our capabilities, we could win this thing.
What did Jordan say to you afterward?
That was just something between me and him. He's my friend, and I'm happy. You know, I'm happy. If I lose anybody, I wrote, let it be MJ.
What did you say to him before the opening tip of the game?
No, that was a little private thing.
It looked like both teams were feeling the pressure in the fourth quarter. Can you describe what was happening out there?
Well, I think that I really felt like if the Bulls were going to win this series, they had to win today. I really believe that. And I felt like they was pressure in games. And guys are
Slight treat.
under pressure. But I felt like if we were going to lose this series, it had to be today. Because in a game 7, I think we would have had so much momentum going. But it was a tense situation. Every play was big. You know, because I heard Michael scream at Scott Williams a couple of times, say every possession is important. Every possession is important.
Charles, you think every game here is the inability to win in the playoffs at home the biggest disappointment for this team?
Hey, we're in the finals. We won some home games.
Isn't another accomplishment of both teams the fact that it was a physical but clean and yet a very exciting series to watch for the fans especially?
Well, I don't worry about stuff like that. The Bulls concerns about them 12 guys and the coaches in there.
It's safe to say those who don't care are.
I mean, that's the difference between being a player and a fan. If you're a fan, you can go back to your real life tomorrow. But for us, this is real life. I mean, it's not... round front run. I don't have to think about this I mean, if you have a bad day at the office, I mean, if you come to a game where your team loses, you get to go back to your job tomorrow. Maybe that's fine. But when you lose an athletic event, it's very frustrating because that's all you got for right now. And that's the only thing that's vivid in your memory until you play again.
Charles, what'd you say to Michael and what did he say to you after the game?
Just that was just a private thing between me and a friend.
Charles, how long do you think it'll take before you think about this season as being the success that it was and not the losses at the end?
Well, I don't think, for me personally, if you're going to be exceptional, you have to think exceptional. And I look at it as not good now. And I might feel differently in a month or two. But for right now, I didn't get what I wanted, and I don't think my team got what they wanted, so it really doesn't mean anything. We're just the same boat as the rest of the NBA. Only one team gets the big prize.
Charles, how much do you want next season to come now?
Can't worry about next season right now.
Charles, do you find it hard to believe that in a 6-game series, the visiting team won 5? Do you find that a surprising aspect in this final, really?
Hey, nothing in this world surprises if you see it happen. The Bulls outplayed us in Phoenix, and we outplayed them in Chicago. But hey, I think it was everybody say you have to get to the finals and learn. I really think that's a bunch of crap because the Bulls wanted their first time there. But I think it was fun, but we're disappointed, and that's it.
Charles, Magic said you have to have a level of hate for your opponent or a level of dislike.
Magic Johnson's not playing anymore.
I'm just asking, do you?
I don't worry about it. The only thing matters is the players who playing.
I think it's odd that he criticizes you for dining with Michael when, of course, Michael's dining with you as well. What's the difference? Does that occur to you?
I can't.
I respect a lot of you guys because you have to do your job. Some of you, I can care less about.
Michael, are you satisfied?
And you're not one of them.
Thank you. Are you satisfied, Michael? I mean, 3, that's enough, isn't it?
Enough for you?
Enough for you.
No, it's never enough. It's never enough as long as you compete. It's always great to win. That's why you compete. And I think, we're going to certainly try to do this for the 4th time. But right now, the 3rd time was a lot of damn work.
How many more are you going to go for?
As long as I'm playing. I hate to come short. Come up short when you've done it 3 times in a row. I love to see us do it for the 4th time.
So Michael, that means just get out. Just get out. You're not holding a mic. Get out.
Who said I wasn't?
Yeah, really.
I never said I wasn't going to be back next year. I think, don't jump to conclusions, man. Don't Wayne Gretzky me. I mean,
what are you going to do now?
Conclusions. See, that's what are you going to do? You said last one was the toughest because you went through much. So
I put a foot in my mouth.
This is the toughest.
I put a foot in my mouth. Beginning of the season, I do remember distinctively saying that this is going to be a lot easier than the second one. But I'm totally wrong. I know the 3rd one was so much work, and with all the other things thrown in there from the gambling to all the different controversy, just made it even more harder.
Imagine how number 4 is going to be.
Huh?
Imagine how hard number 4 is going to be.
If it's as gratifying as it is right now.
Michael Jordan looks like he just won the Indy 500 changing hats.
This is my Nike job. Just did it, Again, again, and again.
Charles was saying that they were the team of destiny. It's quite clear you were. I mean, it looked like this game was totally taken away from
Well, I mean, I think Charles needs to go to church on Sunday. Destiny, anybody can have destiny. It's not just one team or another team. It's whoever put the work ethics out there, lay to work on the basketball court, can be the team of destiny. And, even though we look very dim, scored 15 points in the 4th quarter, which is kind of shocking, but the effort was there. And I guess we were the team of destiny this year, and that's what I told Charles. I told him I loved him, but destiny must be next year.
Do you think he really felt it was destiny, though?
Yeah, he's going to pay from now on, If he thinks Marley's better than Jordan, he's definitely going to pay.
Do you think he thought it was destiny, or he's just trying to psych you?
I mean, it's a matter of motivation. Every player, every team needs certain motivation to get themselves to a certain point, and he used destiny as motivation for his team. We use it as, as energy for us. They may be destined, but Not this year, they may not.
You finally escaped from us.
You did something that Bird and Magic and Kareem never did. You were on the three-peat championship. That's got to be, of all the personal things that have happened to you, this has got to be right on the top.
From an individual standpoint, if I could take anything individually from what this team has accomplished, that would be the major individual award that I can see. But from a team concept, to win 3 in a row, when you got 28 teams in this league, so much parity, so much talent in this era, you don't put us with one of the history teams, then forget you.
What are you going to do now when you finally get away from us? What are you going to do? Whoa.
Me? I'm going to play golf. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to helicopter and try to find me. But I can care less.
Mike, how tough was this road to the championship, personally and professionally?
It was tough, but it's gratifying that we came to this road to where, we finally accomplished something. Even though a lot of people didn't think we could do it, we did it.
That's Ahmad Rashad, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, that's a cheap champagne, Bud Light, guy.
Michael, what's your message to Magic and Larry? How strange is it you get the third championship in a quarter in which you tie a finals record for fewest points?
Who cares, man? Any way possible. That was our whole motto. Any way to get the job done. That's all we do.
How about Pax hitting that 3?
Huh?
How about Pax?
I knew he was going to make it. He's been with us for 9 years, or he's been with me ever since I've been here. And I just had so much confidence in him. I really didn't have any doubt.
How about your message to Magic and Larry?
Michael Jordan being swarmed in the hallway here. We're finally going to let him go.
A little bit like a sardine in that locker room as well. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, David, save me a shirt, will you? What? History. Thank you, Jen. How about that? History. Cable there, come on. Come on. Hey. I'm with you, John. I'm with you. The celebration begins. It started in Chicago a long time ago. As the sun sinks slowly in the west, the Chicago Bulls nail up their 3rd world championship. From the winner's locker room here, the Bulls are undefeated in this building this year. A come-from-behind victory on a 3-point field goal by John Paxson. A gutty performance by the Bulls. They couldn't find a basket in the last quarter. They left it to Michael Jordan, but John Paxson hit a shot to put him ahead. They defensed the game at the end, and it's Silent Sunday again here from Phoenix, Arizona. We've got more in the locker room here. The world champion, 3 in a row. Yeah! It's all right!
Won't repeat.
So,
we're getting ready for the presentation. Bob Costas talking to Jerry Reinsdorf. Hey, my guy. Consecutive championship that moves them ahead of his arch rivals and his friendly companions Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. They have won only 2 between them, but Michael Knox can bring up the 3rd.
Some fans, there are a lot of folks gathering outside, about 100 or so, but they have blocked off the streets all around the perimeter of Michael Jordan's. With me is George Zadakoff, who is the director of operations for the restaurant. Are you pleased with the celebration?
At 15 in Portland to win the World Championship in Chicago.
struggle. And this year, the red-hot Phoenix Suns, with 3.2 seconds to go, the Bulls trailing by 2. John Paxson hits a three-point field goal that cuts the heart out of the Phoenix Suns and sends their fans home.
Oh, baby.
Right here. This is the one I dug out. That's the one I dug out.
They did say they're closing off roads in the area.
Let the celebration begin again. Over here. Go this way. Bill's in the star over here. Let's go this way. Around that. Yeah, baby. Last year they come back in 15 Tax man of money, guys. Phil, you have to go out on the floor? No. Let me get you. Let me get you, Coach.
I don't got any champagne. I want
Coach Phil Jackson standing right here with me. He said he hasn't had any champagne. Here we are.
All I have is on my head and anywhere else. And that's,
I'll tell you what, you guys do it the hard way. You had to go sweeping Los Angeles to win it. Last year he's going indoors. Down in the last quarter, this time 3.2 seconds ago, and John Paxson put the nail in the heart of the skull.
Did he secure himself a role and a seat in history, at least in Chicago sports, if not in basketball? I don't know who could have. I just had to have him out there on the floor at the end of that game because he's just too critical. He's just such a clutch player. And you know, John, someone came up with the sign 3 the hard way. We certainly found a hard way to do it in this series. And it's just a wonderful effort that these guys gave today. We just crapped all over ourselves in that fourth quarter, but we hung in there. They never got away from us, and we still believed. We came back 5 points and 3 minutes to go. We said, we're going to find a way to win it. Just keep hanging in, guys.
And really great. Your defense comes to the rescue again. And 3.2, everybody on their feet. Great job, and Kevin Johnson.
Thanks a lot, Red. It was just a great one. And to my wife, isn't that great?
You bet. He's going to have a drink for you, June, and the kids. Phil Jackson will have more right here from the victorious Phoenix Suns. They're in the other locker room. They're crying over there. This is the world champion Chicago Bulls. 3 in a row. Locker room. Oh, wait, look at me with that thing.
Well, just make it upstairs. Don't just fall off.
Oh, wait a minute. What year is this? What year is this? Let me talk to you. Hold on. Lay down the hall. Back in the locker room here. I'm a Tex Winter, architect.
You're looking at Raw video right now, and Johnny Red interviewing Tex Winter.
A little bit in the fourth quarter.
Boy, did it ever. We threw it out right out the window is what happened. I don't know if we panicked or what. Coach set up that last play at the timeout, threw back to Pax because he knows Pax is a big money player, and he was for him in the three-point range. Michael got enough penetration, forced the help out. He kicked off to Grant. Grant had enough wits to get the ball up to Pax, and Pax hit that big three-pointer.
You know, that Tex, there was so much noise, so much balloon waving behind the basket, and so many cars waving. It was hard for the players, it looked like, to keep track of even a 24 seconds.
It was really hard to concentrate out there. The noise level, Coach said a couple of times that he couldn't even hear, they couldn't even hear.
Stacey King getting his foot here with Way to go, dude!
Hey, it's so hot out here, we gotta just drench ourselves in Phoenix. Oh, and you want some quick? Yeah. Hey, baby, it's so hot out here. Woo! Valley of the Sun is done. Woo!
More than anything else, I'm relieved because it's been a long struggle this year. To come out with a three-peat is really something.
It absolutely is in this time and age. Tex Winter visiting with us. We'll be back with more of the victorious Chicago Bulls locker room world champion Chicago Bulls. Let me get Tex.
Yeah, where you going, buddy? You get me.
Give him one and bring him down. Come
on! What's up?
What are you doing?
Keep moving, you guys. Where you going? Press conference all the way around. I need a big hole now. It's up.
Oh, you got you too, Mott, huh? I got me too.
We're going to get it. Come on, take me wherever I go.
right, let's. How sweet is it, Trent?
This is great.
We're stationed, I think.
11 years, have an opportunity to be at this day. This basketball team is the greatest basketball team I've been on. Down 4. Let me hold it. Down 4 with less than 30 seconds to go. I want to touch it, Cliff. John Paxson, the big three. Michael Jordan kept us alive against Cliff. This is the greatest moment of my basketball career. That's the greatest moment.
Finally, you put big-time points together for the Bulls. You really came up with a big effort, Trent.
You know, I needed one basketball game. The shot has been coming off for the last month.
Oh, God.
But I kept saying, God, just stay with me. And the good Lord brought me through the day.
You know, Michael said he's going to send you home with a ring about the All-Star team. How do you feel? Look at those red eyes. You've been crying.
I've been crying, man. I got a little emotional, but I never seen this emotion before. I couldn't help it, Red, man. It's been a long career. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. Yeah, baby. This is the biggest moment of my basketball career right here.
Yeah, listen, enjoy it, guys. Today, this has been great. Come from behind. You guys sit in history.
Thanks, Red, man. Yes! I gotta hold this. I won't drop it.
Yes, sir. Quinn Buckner, the new coach. We hope someday you can feel it as a coach.
First time, baby.
Here comes Jerry. Bad mistake coming in.
That's right.
All right, Doc. Give me a second, buddy.
Spicy.
You guys sit in history. You guys didn't talk a lot. They wanted to win a championship, but you're sitting right in history now. You got 3, Magic, Bird. They only got 2. That's got to put you with the great teams.
Well, it is. What a great effort today. I don't want to take away what we've accomplished this year and what we've been able to overcome, but it was just great. I mean, this is just something to be part of, and I think once we're all old, and we'll look back and say,
you know, you're undefeated in this building.
Yeah, it is. We should call this home, I think.
Listen, you started off the first quarter. You guys, I think, were 7 out of 8 in 3-point field goals. You attacked at 37 points, the most points in a quarter in any one of the games. Is that your game plan to come out shooting?
Yeah, we did. We wanted to come out early and establish that we're going to be around, that we're going to be able to score and let everyone else kind of pick up. So that was our game plan and worked to perfection.
Are you a little bit relieved this one over now?
Yeah, I am, and I'm just very happy, and now it's just time to get home and celebrate and let Chicago enjoy it.
Chicago police.
Are they watching at home?
They're watching at home, so Mom and Dad.
Absolutely. Absolutely. B.J. Armstrong, again, with us from the visitors' locker room. Get Jerry Krause? We got Jerry? Jake.
In threes.
Phoenix.
As Jerry Colangelo has come in the locker room to congratulate Jerry Krause, the owner, the president, the manager, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, coming in and congratulating Jerry Krause. Jerry, you sit in history now. 3 wins. You did it on a foreign court. We haven't lost a game in this building, by the way.
I'm just so proud of our guys, John, the courage and the toughness, and to be here until about Wednesday before the Bulls could, for 8 years, and he hit it again and win it. But no, destiny was on the Bulls' side. John Paxson, the hero of the hour, as you've already said. Let's go to the highlights, and we'll kind of recollect what happened.
3 in a row. It's only 3 teams that have ever.
The Bulls with an NBA record, 10 3-point shots out of 14 attempts. B.J. Armstrong tied the game at 6. You know, he came out here to play a team.
Enough about these Bulls team. They
3-point shooter from the Phoenix Suns. He had 21 points at the City Bulls 10-7 lead.
In the hoop right there.
Michael Jordan, 33
in the game. He made some clutch shots. There's a 3 by Trent Tucker. That made it 32-28. Things going pretty well at that point. And at the end of the first quarter, how about Pax? I guess it's...
But he had 2 trays. The Bulls looked like they had it completely under control at 37-28 at the end of 1. But Tom Chambers, a surprise with 12 points off the bench for Phoenix. The Bulls still had 45-43. How about Charles Barkley? Only 7 of 18 from the field. Charles obviously bothered with that sore elbow. Had 21 points as he moved.
In the 3-point play. Charles Barkley, good move back down.
Lifted up Kevin Johnson throughout the third quarter. He had 23 points, 10 in the third quarter. Looked like the Bulls had it under control, but Marley brought him back. It was 91-90 Suns after he hit that shot, and it looked like the Bulls had gone flat. They didn't score for the first 6 minutes and 9 seconds of the fourth quarter. Michael Jordan finally got him going. That made it
4, the Bulls trailing with 2 minutes to play. Then Jordan going the length of the court and a drive, and 98-96 cutting the Suns' lead to 2 points, but still the Bulls looked like they were in trouble. They had very few bullets left, but then comes John Paxson with 3.9 seconds to play. The tray, the assist from Horace Grant.
Scotty, look at tomorrow. Scottie Pippen, yes sir, won the All-Star games of his career. Scott Williams now handling the trophy. He's got his 3 fingers up, which signifies the 3 world champions.
Johnson tried it. Horace Grant was the hero with the block. The Bulls hang on and win an unbelievable victory, 99-98. And you can imagine it was chaos in the locker room afterwards, but Johnny Paxson was the man of the hour.
What we've accomplished as a team.
It's been but not down, inside the locker room where Johnny...
I can go through anything, believe me.
All right, congratulations. Hey. To be able to do this.
It seems to be quieting down about it.
It's a feeling, man, I don't know. It's great. I can't explain it. It's just great. It was a long, hard battle getting there. They did it. I think this year is sweeter than the last 2 because of the injuries, the way they took about facing this championship, shifting of...
Hard at victory celebrations across the city and in the suburbs.
It all...
But for the most part...
Out along the Division Street Strip, let's go to Joan Lovett.
Trying to patent another slogan now for 4. As a matter of fact, 43 World's trying to come up with the slogan for next year when the Bulls will go for 4 in a row. Right now, they're just going to enjoy the...
That was a big hoop right there. Got the Bulls back within...
Getting on the team bus now. They'll be flying back to Chicago. Should be arriving maybe, 1 o'clock Chicago time. The party in Grant Park, the grand celebration, will be at 10 o'clock Tuesday morning in Grant Park. We will have live coverage here at Channel 7. Come on out. Greet your world champion Bulls. They're flying as high as they possibly can. The only thing that's going to get them higher is when they get on that plane in a few minutes. We'll have lots more coming up from...
All right, Rich, thanks very much. We can't hear you back in Chicago, so we're just going to try to wing it here. I've got the coach alongside and also John Paxson, the guy who hit the shot that won the game. And
Side, Paul Meinke is standing by live with the story from Rush Street. Paul?
Cheryl, a typically and predictably jubilant crowd here in the Division Street area, though far smaller than last year, and so far anyway, much better behaved than the situation last year. Let's take a look at what it looks like overhead on Division Street now as fans began pouring out into the streets.
And bite your lip each time the Bulls put up an air ball. Doggone it, why is this game so frustrating?
I was at police headquarters at 11th and State.
Corey Williams, you wanted to include everybody. I talked to those guys all season long. I kept telling to them, I said, just hang on to my coattail, man. We're going to get to where we have to go. And I want you guys to get it because you just came to this team and we want everybody to be a part of a championship team, especially Joe Walker, Ed Neely. These guys have been in the league for so long and never had that opportunity. And now they got one to show for their careers.
Remember, I had to ask you, do you need to have this one? You had to have it because of such a controversial season this year?
You guys call it controversial. I think it's a maturing event for me, you know. I think my life has been to a point where, you know, I've exceeded everything that I could basketball-wise.
Had a good time.
Liquor sales here.
I don't know.
These children have won.
Finished for the first time.
Home pretty soon. Going home.
He jump shot by John Paxson.
Here's Paxson for 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead, and Phoenix calls for time with 3 9/10 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. John Paxson converts a 3-pointer in Chicago 99 and Phoenix 98.
They've done this at least 3.
And the fans here reacted as well they might have expected. Everyone's saying all of a sudden, well, we didn't doubt at all that they were...
Could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have won 3 straight NBA championships.
They are going to be working all night long. The opportunity to win before. And, you know, you've celebration a long time, too. And not that this... So long you got another year on your contract. And man, what a way to finish things off.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's special about each one of these titles is that you have a different group.
A shot. Chuck Gowdy is live on the west side with details on this and other problems. Chuck?
Jim, we're going without lights for our own safety here, and so as not to attract attention to this particular intersection. 2 police officers shot within the last half hour. 79th and Halstead shot in the shoulder, and 39th and Calumet. That officer taken to Michael Reese Hospital. We're not sure of their conditions or what the circumstances were. Now, here on the west side, here's some tape we shot a short time ago, giving you some sense of what's happening in at least some Chicago neighborhoods. There is some rock and bottle throwing at police at this hour. Here's the tape we shot just a little while ago in a neighborhood off of Madison Street on the west side. The police having a tough time immediately after the game was over, as in some cases large groups of youths threw rocks and bricks and bottles at the police. The police did not return any kind of force, at least in this particular circumstance. We did see some tear gas being brought in, as well as some of that some of the pepper gas that we heard about yesterday. However, we did not see any of that fired. The police, some of them at least in this particular fight with youths, were injured. A couple of them taken away from here. There have been reports of other officers injured by flying glass and rocks and bottles as well. As far as looting goes, there are scattered reports of looting around the city, here on the west side, the far south side in certain pockets, as well as the South State Street corridor. There have been a number of arrests over the last hour or so since the game ended, and we also have some reports of a number of arson fires that have been set, although we are not certain whether there are any major arsons. This tape shot just a couple of minutes ago of some people being arrested. We're not sure the circumstances of this, but again, dozens have been arrested across the city this evening.
No and no.
Neighborhoods around the city.
They cheered every point. As if
of reports.
That reason alone,
there are.
This has got to be right on the top.
From an individual standpoint, you know, if I could take anything individually from what this team has accomplished, that would be the major individual.
Who have been shot within the last half hour or so at the 79th and Halstead and 39th and Calumet. Now, what is happening here is that the police response has successfully cordoned off the areas where there was heavy looting after last year's Bulls' second championship victory. That has seemed to force some of the individuals who may have been out here back into the neighborhoods where it is a little bit more difficult to control. Come this way a little bit. We got a squad car behind us. That is causing police some problems tonight.
Ritzenthaler's mother.
And come back to Phoenix in just a few minutes.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. A brief break coming up. Before I throw it to
John Paxson out of their mind, including Bill Cartwright.
In fact, they didn't score for the first 6 minutes and 10 seconds of that fourth quarter before Michael finally scored. And, of course, the Bulls eventually won the game. So all's well that ends well. Back with more on No Bull right after this.
They're still cheering. Let me show you a couple of things that are hot off the press that people have been waving here at the restaurant. This one from the Chicago Tribune, 1993 World Championships. The Chicago Sun-Times, back-to-back-to-back 1993 champs. These came to the restaurant literally seconds after the Bulls won. And then people are really doing some crazy things here. This gentleman here, let me show you his head. He shaved his head and he put in Bulls. He did this tonight. And as you can see, because people are really crazy, and I suspect that the party is going to last here probably into the wee hours of the morning. Back to you, Bill and Linda.
Thanks. Here is what's ahead now for the Bulls. The city is gearing up for a big victory rally in Grant Park. That will be held on Tuesday, starting at 10:30 in the morning. Of course, we will be there live to bring you all of those festivities.
I think it'll be hot.
It's
as
always
it was for
hot,
2
isn't it?
years going. We're going to continue our live team coverage of the Bulls in just a moment.
Coming up next, see what the Suns fans did during tonight's game. We'll go live to Jay Levine, who is in Phoenix for that part of the story. And it's a doubly special win for a suburban father and his 4
Cavaliers. So along the road, we must remember that it's not just the finals that were important, but it was the whole run that this team put. There's
For the first time, wasn't throwing balls at him or yelling at him for doing it.
I think Bill was enjoying the moment.
Stacey King, champagne tastes really good the third time around also, doesn't it?
I'm just so excited. I'm just shaking. You know, I just can't calm myself down. It was a big win for us. John Paxson hit a big shot. We didn't want to tie. We wanted to win. That just shows you the guts of the Chicago Bulls and our city, that we don't back down from nobody.
How about winning all the games here in Phoenix? If I would have asked you before the series, if you guys were going to win all 4 games in Phoenix or all 3 games, check that, would you have said, oh yeah, Mike?
No. We would have been lying if we said we could have. We thought we'd come in here and at least get 1 or 2, split, and go back home and finish it up. But it didn't turn out that way. We didn't play well at home. They came in, won 2 out of 3 games.
But hey, all I can say is it felt real good, and I'm just happy. You know, Bill Cartwright, I'm 62 years old. This might be my last season, but I'm enjoying the moment right now.
It is a great moment. Hey, has it all come into perspective yet? Because it looked from a viewer's point of view that you guys were uptight, you guys were very determined but uptight. Phoenix was having fun. Was the pressure on you today, Stace?
No, the pressure wasn't on us. We came in here, we were really focused on what we had to do. We controlled the whole tempo, the whole game, except for the spurts in the fourth quarter when they got there.
Did you look up and get in the kids?
Yeah, I'm all taken care of.
Well, happy Father's Day to you, too.
All right, thank you, Charles. Congratulations on a sensational year and for being with us. Charles Barkley, league MVP of the Phoenix Suns, and a rough way to go out, but certainly, as we mentioned, something to build on for next season. Let's go back to Atlanta.
The consummate pro. I mean, he comes to work hard every day and never has a bad thing to say about anybody and just works hard. And he's a great role model for kids.
I know you're going to enjoy this for a while, but I have to ask you. You guys have the kind of team that can come back and win a fourth straight. Will that have to enter your minds very soon?
Well, you know, honestly, we're not going to be thinking about that right. We don't want to put our foot in our mouth. Because last year we said we're coming back for 3, and we did. I'm sure somebody at the Grant Park Parade will open their mouth and say we're going to win 4. But right now we're enjoying this third one because we've had to go through a lot of adversity this year with the book and all the injuries and everybody counted us out. Our fans stayed behind us. We didn't win in Chicago like we wanted to, but we won on the road, and that's even sweeter because that shows you the kind of team we have.
World champions once again. Congratulations on a great season. Stacey King, Chicago,
back.
number
we're coming
1.
Back. Get ready to party. We're coming back. We love you, baby. Happy Father's Day.
Back to you guys.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Stacey King having a
out on the street and meeting any large group of people and letting them know they're there. That seems to be breaking those groups up, but we have seen intermittent episodes of people attempting to cause a few problems. Carol?
All right, Kevin, thank you.
All right, Kevin, thanks for
Michael! Well, the security is pushing us back. Come here, Horace. You can see it's a pretty wild scene here. Let's listen. Michael Jordan, Horace Grant, Scottie Pippen just got off. Up to the room. All right, we're talking with their head of security right now. We're going to try it. Jerry Krause, how was the ride back? Pardon me? How was the bus ride? Huh? It was a great ride. We had a lot of fun. Michael. Michael took over. We had some fun. And we talked to different guys. We just said it was a great ride back. And now we're going to have a great ride home. Grab a player for me. We got to make a bus real fast. All right, Jerry. Thanks a lot. You can see other players coming up. I'm trying to see who's up there. I got Will Perdue coming here with a big cigar. All right, excuse me. All right, the Phoenix police obviously pushing everybody back here. There's the crowd. Darryl. There's Darryl Walker going to talk to Chicago. Darryl Walker, his first championship. How you doing? How's this first one feel, huh? Great. Does it go down sweet?
It feels good, man. It's been a long 10-year career for me, and like I said before, I was so emotional I cried like a baby, and right now I'm just, I don't know what to do. I'm just going to go upstairs and change clothes, and it's going to be a great flight back to Chicago.
Say hello to the people back in Chicago. All your family and friends are back there?
Hello to my mother, my father, my wife, the kids who's there. Thanks for sticking with me. I don't know what to say right now. I'm really so excited.
How's that cigar? Take a big puff of that victory cigar.
MD cigars, real good.
Is it? So they're expensive, aren't they?
Expensive.
Go bring him out of here, will you? Go get him for us. There goes Darryl Walker. You can see the fans going wild here. I think the bus is now empty. It looks like everybody is off of there. So I'm going to send it back to somewhere I can't hear very well.
Back here, Howard. Thanks. Hey, we have a lot more still ahead.
TNT first and saved 25% of the NBA. They beat the Phoenix Suns by 1 point. Phil Jackson was at the podium a little earlier today. And Finn.
Go Bulls. Celebrate safe. Please, everybody. Repeat. Celebrate safe. Go Bulls.
For children's sake, let's celebrate safe. Go Bulls.
Your son's working.
Can't help but feel great and proud of what they've accomplished and done. And my
Norm will get the ring. We'll see. Yeah, but also, Norm, whenever we're at the stadium before the games, or we spend a lot of time at the stadium during the final.
For the third consecutive year in a row, and of course, fans all over Chicago are celebrating with grace and honor. We go live to Michael Jordan's restaurant, where Sylvia Perez will join us with some fan reactions. Sylvia, we have a celebrity really throwing.
Charles, let's talk about the intellectual handle of the show now.
Charles, the team of destiny that you talked about came very, very close to pulling it off. Where did it go wrong tonight?
It was a game of subtle things. We had a 4-point lead. We had 3 opportunities to score. We didn't score. And you got to give the Bulls credit. They played, Paxton made a great shot. And the Bulls, you know, I think the thing that frustrates us the most, we don't feel like the Bulls are a better team than us. We're not going to sit here and say we're better than them because they won. But we did not feel like they were a lot better than we were.
Well, Charles, what do you think you need to do, the team needs to do, to take the next step up to become a champion?
I think the entire Western Conference. I think this makes it 13 for 14 or 14, whatever. I think the biggest difference, I've been in the East for 8 years and in the West for 1 year. I think that the West has got to realize that defense wins. And they're so concerned with offense out here, I don't think they realize that it all goes back to defense, and that's the difference.
Charles, earlier in this series, you said, hey, if we win this thing, if we lose this thing, there are other more important things in life, and you just go on. Can you feel that way tonight?
Not tonight. Not tonight. not because right now you're kind of disappointed. Like, I'll feel a lot better a month from now, but for the next week or so, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to play 36 holes of golf tomorrow. I was going to play 18, but I got to play 36 now because I ain't got nothing to save my energy for. But I think anytime, you say that, and you have to keep sports in perspective. But, I mean,
Symbolic rose. Red.
It was 3 points. You know, there's some. They were 10 for.
They made a great play. We had a couple breakdowns. We had really good looks at the basket. Shots just didn't fall. I don't think.
Showdown. You seem to enjoy every single second of it until possibly now.
Well, number one, I just enjoy playing basketball, and I always have fun because it's not that important in the overall scheme of life. But I didn't look at it as a Michael Charles thing. I just want to win a world championship, and that's
shots when we had it.
I heard we're saying that you blame a lot of the loss in this series for the first two games, and certainly not for this one or the last one, which you guys played well.
We're trying to accomplish.
Charles, do you see yourself being back here next year, winning the big crown?
Well, I had, obviously, I had told the Sun if we won the championship that I was going to retire. And right now, I can't honestly say 110% that I will be back next year because I can't say with good conscience that I want to dedicate myself another year. I mean, I'm not a young guy. I mean, I'm old like you, and you.
You're not that old.
So I can't honestly say that I want to dedicate myself to basketball for another year. And because if I don't get the ultimate prize, I'm going to feel like I wasted a year out of my life. And right now, I can't honestly say I'll be back next year.
Charles, you have a chance after the game to talk personally with Michael, and if you did, can you share with us what took place?
No, we just shared some private stuff because, if I'm going to lose to anybody, I'd rather lose to Michael because he is my friend, not because he's Michael Jordan, because I like him as a person, I respect him as a person, and I want him to do well.
One more question, too. Before the game, we saw you crack up Michael a little bit, about as much as Michael cracks up on the court. What did you say to him before the tip-off?
Well, I always give him a hard time because we really expected to win this series, and I just want to know that you want to go to dinner tonight and play golf tomorrow. But obviously not.
One of the things that I got to ask you, you seem so loose on the court and so relaxed. You have fun while you play. How much of that is real, and how much of that is orchestrated to keep your teammates loose?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I mean, the worst thing can happen to us today is we lost the basketball game. I think we got a pretty good life. But also, a lot of guys don't keep sports in perspective, so I want to keep my teammates loose. But even though we lost, I mean, the worst thing in your life can happen is you can lose a basketball game. I mean, I'm going to play 36 holes of golf tomorrow. I might be a little disappointed. I'm going to play well, though.
It's been a long, hard road, hasn't it?
Huh?
It's been a long, hard road. You played a lot of years in the NBA.
I played a lot of years in the NBA. You got to understand, when I was in Washington, we won 25, 30 games. That makes for a long season, man. To come here, get a call from Jerry Krause, stick with the team, get a championship. Michael Jordan told me when I got here, I'm going to get you a championship. You just hang tough, get on my coattail, and that's exactly what I did.
Frustrated had you been with your game?
Very frustrating. Very frustrating. And,
where you didn't really feel like shooting? Or?
Well, it wasn't there. I'm not the type of guy who can force anything. And, if the shot's there, I'm going to take it, but it wasn't.
I guess you got your first gift on Father's Day, Michael, handing out cigars?
A big one, a big gift. You couldn't ask for anything more. It's a great game.
I'll tell you, the emotional thing, wasn't it back and forth today?
It was. I'll tell you what, though. I certainly hope Mr. Paxton was in the crowd because that was a big shot that John hit. Really great.
There is danger at your door. Think this through with me. Let me know your mind. Whoa, oh, what I want to know is, are you kind? It's a buck dancer's choice, my friends. Better take my advice.
Well, Michael took a hold of the driver's thing, the PA that he talks to the back, and he was telling everybody everything, and it was just great. He was congratulating everybody, the guys that didn't play in the series, the Darrell Walkers, the Rodney McRae's, thanking them for their support for the whole season. It was a magnificent show.
All right, Johnny, thanks a lot.
Okay, so
Johnny Redcure, let's walk down the hall here and see if any of the guys coming yet. I don't see any sign of anybody yet because it's about a half hour until the bus. So
on Game 6 of the finals when we continue.
Here comes Speed Racer.
Bulls victory. And we'll
see it through. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go. He's off and flies as he goes.
Plus the number of times he took a charge, multiplied by the number of times he ignored pain. They could put it in the papers. The 10 guys who play with the most desire. Hopefully, I can spell my name right.
Johnson holding and looking. Looks, bounces to Oliver Miller. Miller back to KJ, running right, darts inside, blocked by Horace. Picked up by Miller, it's over. The Bulls win the championship. Horace Grant, who could have been the GOAT, is the hero as he blocks Kevin Johnson, and this series is history.
Fourth quarter, you had to be dying. We're thinking.
No, because you kind of.
As the seconds tick down. KJ getting the ball inbounds, driving toward the basket. Horace Grant slapping it away, and finally the clock read 0, and the fans were stunned. Didn't move for a while. Meanwhile, down on the court, the Bulls were all of a sudden involved in wild celebration. And in the stands, the people that came from Chicago celebrated too.
600 a seat was worth it,
Chicago, Boston, and Denver.
Paxton, I went to Notre Dame. He's a Notre Dame boy. I tell you, I was saying my prayers when that shot was going up. It was unbelievable.
But Paxton made the shot. What a shot! Bulls!
4 feet. We want 4. We're not done yet. We want 4.
The flip side of the coin was just as poignant. With the game long over, the celebration well underway, the Bulls fans still cheering, the court now empty, Suns fans still in their seats, stunned. Any regrets?
We lost.
Yeah, I regret letting you guys get that last three-pointer.
And I think you ought to give Paxton one hell of a raise.
Yeah, one hell of a raise, I guess she says. These fans are a very classy bunch. This whole organization and this city.
The Bulls.
Michael Jordan's
time, and I know it.
No ill feeling like there was.
Well, I wonder if the Bulls can break the Boston Celtics record of 8. By the way, that journey through the NBA playoffs, produced and put together by Greg Miller and Jack Gregg, did a great job, as you saw on that piece. It wasn't easy, but the Bulls did it.
Yes, he did, but there'll never be another 8. We're going to go back to the streets now and check in with Sean Daly, who I understand is in Wrigleyville.
They said he would never fight again. Has beat the broken neck. Can he survive? Two-time world champion Lloyd Hunnigan, June 26th, live from Atlantic City. Only the strong survive.
The third year in a row. This is Sports Sunday with John Kelly and the coach, Dick Versace.
Oliver Miller plays it. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets, no, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have made it 3 straight NBA championships.
Well, redemption can't be any sweeter for Horace Grant as he helps the Bulls write their own chapter in the history books, becoming just the 3rd team to win 3 straight. Yes, indeed, this one was sweet. Hi again, everybody. I think I speak for everybody here at this. Exactly what happened. The Bulls come out smoking, trying to avoid what happened in that last game. Michael behind the three-point line, and the Bulls had 6 three-pointers in the first half. Now, Scottie Pippen making all the right moves here. Check this drive. Charles Barkley challenges. Hey, Charles, here's your destiny, pal. End of the first, the Bulls go up by 9, and then watch this.
Here's Paxson. Yes, it counts.
Pax drills it. They lead by 5 at the break. Now, fouls killing the Suns in the first half. Barkley drives. He has whistled for his 4th foul early in the 3rd quarter. Then it's time to go deep. First, well, John Paxson, this guy was phenomenal tonight. He knocks it down. Then the young man with the baby face who takes over for Pax this year, B.J. Armstrong. He's the league leader from that distance. Another 3, and the Bulls are up by 10. And you figure, yeah, they sense the kill. They're building up a nice lead in the 3rd quarter, and Scotty soars to the hoop again. The rolling, right? Well, the bench also pitching in. Trent Tucker, he was on the mark tonight, and the Bulls up 87-79 at the end of 3. But you know what? Charles will not, he will never go away. Instead, he goes to the hoop. Sir Charles with authority, and the Suns tie it early in the 4th, 88-all. Then Thunder cutting loose. Thunder Dan Marley. That's for 3. That is 3. 91-90 Phoenix. Next is Kevin Johnson. He's played a pivotal role for the Suns all year long. He goes in 96-92 Suns, but the Bulls a final chance to win or tie.
Suns 96. Well, Pippen got the snap. Here's Paxson for 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead, and Phoenix calls for time with 3 seconds remaining in the 4th.
So with about 4 seconds left on the clock, Suns plenty of time to win this.
Johnson will inbound.
Well, we were still showing something.
No, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls.
We just hung right in there to the end, and it's been a great run for us, and we can't wait to get back to celebrating with you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
All right, I just want to tell you we're having a live special Tuesday night. You're invited. All the players are invited to come down. If you can do it, be there, okay?
All right, thanks.
All right, there's B.J. Armstrong. Here's Trent Tucker.
Go Bulls. Congratulations. It's a great accomplishment.
First one was a honeymoon. Yeah, the second one was an odyssey. What is this?
History. Yeah, that's what it is. It's history.
Were you getting to be overcome by history for a while there?
Man, I was so nervous. The last 3.9 seconds in more than my whole career, you know, because I just wanted it to happen for so many people, and I'm just so glad that it got over with.
You know, when you first got up to the podium, you mentioned Ed Nealy and Corey Williams. You wanted to include everybody.
I talked to those guys all season long. I kept telling to them, I said, just hang on to my coattail, man. We're going to get to where we have to go. And I want you guys to get it because you just came to this team, and we want everybody to be a part of a championship team, especially Joe Walker, Ed Nealy. These guys have been in the league for so long and never had that opportunity, and now they got one to show for their careers.
Remember, I had to ask you, do you need to have this one? You had to have it because of such the controversial season this year?
You guys call it controversial. I think it's a maturing event for me, you know. I think my life.
Yes, those are the best kind, aren't they? Best kind. Say hi to Chicago. Girl, she got her first title, right?
Yeah, Jeffrey got the first, Marcus got the second, now Jasmine.
Now, I know the last 3 years you gave shoes out to kids. You kept some of your shoes for the first, for your 2 boys?
From
the championship games?
I got both of them for my kids. You know, and
you got one for Jasmine.
Jasmine, I don't know if she ever wear it.
Remember?
Yeah, you know, it's a great support. I'm glad for the city. You know, I'm glad for myself and my family. You know, I'm glad for the support that I got all season long through all kind of controversy. You know, you guys can't stay with basketball. Y'all gotta go to my private life, but it ain't that bad.
Not all of us. Well, enjoy this flight back, all right?
You know I will.
Let me see that hat. What's it say?
Hey, just did it. Again, and again.
And a fourth one?
Oh, yeah, it's coming.
All right, there goes Michael Jordan, headed for the team bus. Let's follow him out there as the fans go wild. Michael Jordan, a bottle of champagne in the left hand and a cigar in his mouth.
You ain't a Bulls fan now, y'all. Gonna be.
Take a peek in there. Joe, we're going to let our cameraman take a peek in the bus. Hey, don't get on there.
Yo, guy, that's a no-no. They'll raise hell on that.
Huh? All right, we got a shot on the bus anyway. I think, is that it? No. Is anybody else coming? I think we got a couple of more. Excuse me, sir. It's a wild scene. Take a shot on the bus. Turn that camera around there. Let's see what's going on in there. We'll get some waves from some of the fellas. On the other side, you can see somebody's talking to the fans over there. Most of the fans are on the other side of the bus. There is Michael Jordan. Can you get a shot of Michael in there, Joe? There he is, standing up, talking to Johnny Red Kerr. Michael distributed all the cigars out there. You got a good shot of him? All right, there he is, getting his seat on the bus, and they're going to be flying out in about a half hour. Can we get over to the other side of the bus? Can you open it? Do you know what he just said? I don't either. I was trying to get him to get the window open, but he's got that same hat on. Scott Williams is up there. There's Corey Williams. Michael's talking to the fans on the other side. All right, I think everybody's on there, so we're going to wrap it.
Once again, Penny Daniels back live at the Bulls practice facility in Deerfield, where the Bulls are continuing to board 2 buses to go to the Grant Park celebration today. Michael Jordan.
3 years in a row brings out the imagination and creativity of people in the crowds.
Wow. Stay fresh, stay motivated. The ultimate goal is winning the 3rd championship. I mean, that's enough motivation for anybody to...
Michael for 3. Yeah! 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 Yes! Yes! Yes!
The world champs back home to get their reward for last year's championship season. A championship ring, and it's a beauty.
And we're going to try to cherish everything that we have accomplished thus far, and hopefully we can bring more and more championships to Chicago. Thanks.
And the Knicks, it's a holiday showdown.
And now finishes it off and crosses it back at Greg Anthony. Transition court, the double team, the hands by Pippen, and then Michael out on the break. Finish family. Michael Jordan goes down and finishes it.
Michael, yes, standing up above the crowd tonight to reach that 20,000-point plateau as the Bulls blow out Milwaukee. Just the 18th player in history to score 20,000 points, 120-95 the final. MJ reaching that mark faster than any other player in history except for Wilt Chamberlain.
To do it quicker than anybody else makes me second to Wilt Chamberlain once again. I think that's something to be proud about.
Though the Shaq attacked and Orlando Bulls bounced the Magic 120. But the star of the show tonight, Horace Grant. Nice dish from Wilford.
And it's kicked in. Oh, and Reggie Miller came over and smacked. All right, okay, yeah. MJ is upset about it, and I can't blame him. Yes, sir, he really
His airness, Michael Jordan out, suspended, of course, for the fight.
Long reach, he puts the arm way out, lays it up off the glass, and in beautifully done.
Robin Day produced it, and I juiced it, spoofed it, mass produced it, and you spoofed it. Party people, if you're having a good time and singing along with my rhyme, this goes out.
They call it athlete's foot or a corn, or the medical term, cellulitis. It has landed Michael Jordan in the hospital to get a heavy...
They feel like they can beat us, but it's a matter of getting on the known stage. Go out there and talk trash to him and really try to psych him out of the game.
And he knows that Scottie Pippen right there in front of him, just talking a little more trash to him. Threes in this series, triple overtime in game 3, 3 victories on the road, 3 the hard way. For the Bulls, 3...
A T-shirt someplace, huh? That's an idea. Now, 14 seconds to go in the ball game. We're 4 points down.
Through all this is 3 the hard way. So obviously he was watching Channel 5 throughout the coverage, but it was indeed pretty hard. He talked about the first championship being a honeymoon for himself and his players, kind of an innocent celebration. Everybody was...
2 great fun, right?
And the coach and the players were just happy to get it over with. I don't think they're even thinking about their...
Power. You can see the shots of the guys. I can tell you right now that there is one Chicago Bull here already. Scott Williams lives downtown, and he did not get aboard the bus, so he just walked in backstage just a couple of minutes ago. But the Bulls bus is on its way. Not much of a crowd back here because the security is pretty tight. And
everybody in the crowd.
They said this was going to start on time. We are we're a little bit behind.
Yeah, policemen may come up to him and ask him for his autograph, but they're not going to keep him from getting out of the car.
In fact, contract from Greyhound or something. He's
lying on the pavement. It was unbelievable.
Robin Ficker was one of the strangest sights at the America West Arena, a Washington, D.C. trial attorney moonlighting as a heckler. His mission, distract the Bulls, especially Michael Jordan. In Phoenix, the sun rises on Sir Charles. He reigns supreme on the home court and on the team bus.
It's supposed to be 105 degrees this afternoon. We've been told...
Finally, there's the heat. They say it gets hot enough to fry an egg on the roof of a car in midsummer. We didn't want to stick around long enough to find out.
Let's see if we can cook it.
And Robin Ficker, the heckler, was...
Well, this is still waiting to begin. We will quickly break.
2-time world champion Hunnigan, holy.
You hungry for your fourth? I'm hungry for a Big Mac.
Sam from the beginning, 2 steps. March for feel it. Come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Come on, come on.
Chicago celebrates the champs with a Channel 2 special. Welcome back to Grant Park.
How hard did you work to come up with a slogan?
Real hard.
What did you do?
I stepped on it.
You were 2 last year. They were kind of expected to win. You know, they were clearly the best team in basketball, and they won the thing, and didn't have a whole lot of difficulty in doing it.
Turn it around here and see Joe's haircut if we can. Hope you got a good shot of that. Okay, Joe, thanks. It'll grow out. About a week or so, Okay, guys, that's it. Back to Dad. And
see the signs, quadrubles. Corey, you mentioned a little while ago that you liked that sign. Well, I'll tell you what, as the Bulls were going for that gold trophy, there were some other people thinking about going for the gold. You've heard about the long court battle over here. Excuse me for a second. Just break up for 1 second. I wanted to show you one thing. As you can see, it's pretty crowded down here. And these are the cheap seats, too. Take a look at that sign up there. You see it, Morris? Yes, and it counts. You've seen the video replay 100 times of the shot, the miracle shot. That is the cardboard replay, and a pretty good facsimile thereof. That is the reason we're all here.
This is the jokes about how their win Chicago from a riot.
We saved the city of Chicago.
Hey, Marley, is there any dogs in the house? I love it, baby. I love y'all, but I got to get to Phoenix, because there's a lot of stuff there waiting for us.
Got the snap. Here's Paxson for 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead. Yes, baby! Yes, baby! I knew it, baby! I knew it!
there's Horace Grant. What a great moment. The man scored 1 point in
the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
But who could forget that very first championship victory in 1991 when the Bulls toppled the legendary Los Angeles Lakers? As the city savored a rare sports championship, Michael Jordan cradled the NBA trophy in his arms and wept with joy.
That was a great scene. Michael crying on the trophy, and there's
Charles Barkley,
Mario Lemieux,
Bill Laimbeer.
They're the cream of the crop.
To know you're alive.
But now I'm a Bull.
You deserve a reward for that.
Getting a ring.
Getting a ring. What do you think of that? And a cigar still there.
Got the cigar. Cigar's going to be here all summer, so you know, hopefully guys can do it next year.
What kind of emotions you going through here as you let's see if I can get you over here where they can see us on our camera. What kind of emotions you have as you go out there to face 200,000 or 300,000 fans?
Well, basically it can be no better than it was when we were out in Phoenix against those 20,000 hostile fans. And these fans here are for us and for the basketball team and for the city of Chicago, and they're coming out to show their support.
All right, the police officers are calling you there to let you get up there on the stage.
We've been on the air now about 25 minutes, and we have gone that whole time without saying the name Michael Jordan. That's about as long as you can in regulation time go without saying his name. Because
I think everybody is
to all of what the Bulls represent. And the question was how...
Third straight crown as the series' most valuable player. Before he was in the league with Magic and Bird and Isaiah, but now he stands alone, king of the mountain.
Right here. You know, I think it was something that I was looking forward to separate myself from Magic and Bird. They never did it, and I did it, so that makes me, you know, feel special. I believe it.
well. Good for Michael, and
they said he would never fight again. Has beat the broken neck. Can he survive? Two-time world champion Lloyd Hunnigan, June 26th, live from Atlantic City. Only the strong survive.
Change the whole atmosphere.
You know, the long-range shooting by BJ, by MJ, and by Tucker.
Hi, Warner.
Yeah, we got the coach here, J.J. Jackson.
Go all the way up to Deerfield if they were hanging out downtown, and some of them lived down.
The team really began to believe in themselves in the playoffs after they were able to sweep Atlanta and Cleveland. You know, 3 games in the first series.
You know, the Western Conference teams didn't have good records at home. Let me give you 1 minute. All right, Horace Grant sitting with me here. Horace, you had the life scared out of this whole series. Garden, one of the top offensive forwards in the league. I know. He gave you a hard time, but in the end, you're the guy that's going to smile and wear a ring.
Oh, that's more in Grant Park. But Rich, what have you got going for us, Rich?
We got the Bulls' arrival. I'll tell you, a lot of people have
to see the skyline of Chicago and the shoreline, probably the prettiest in the country. Moving past those beautiful harbors, we could do a Chamber of Commerce shot. And if they waited any longer, we'd be able to... is doing a very good job in staying with him. And John Davis, you're up there. What does it look like?
Pax, who'd spotted up behind the line and put the 3 in the three-peat with that shot. And then the defensive stop by Horace Grant on the other end on Kevin Johnson, and the Bulls set off this kind of celebration with their 3rd consecutive championship.
While we have a second, Dan, clarify something for me. Was that a set play, or was it that Horace really didn't have any faith in his offense? He'd had 1 point the game before, 1 point this time around. Wasn't confident that he could tie the game with 2 points down low. Kicked it back to Paxson. How did that...
The Bulls down there in that restless crowd again, John.
Another unique one, the Bulls, and what I like about this is, you see the 3-peat at the top, those numbers come off, so if they do it 4 times, you stick a 4 up. John, tell me about this sign.
Well, I started last week on it. It took about a week, and I knew the Bulls was going to win anyway, so I prepared it, and here it is.
Now tell me what's going to happen to this when this is all said and done. You going to save it for next year?
Yes.
Definitely next year. Go 4 people.
Now, Sharon, what's your deal in this? Did you help make this, or you just help holding it?
I supervise.
Supervise. What'd you think of the Bulls' run this year?
Phoenix, then he came back here. He's a broadcaster now, so you know he's got to be feeling pretty good about today. And there, now who are
Super
these guys?
fans
Are they
are warming
super
up.
fans?
George Wentz, there they are standing by. Another story about Johnny Red. Now, during the finals, he wore a Bob Love, too. Is that...
Well, our monitors, yeah, that looks like Butterbean,
with the bull hairs on.
You know what?
NBA championship. You hungry for your fourth? I'm hungry for a Big Mac.
See him muscle up and gather and really want to go to the basket strong because you just don't want to get caught. Oh, here we come.
All right.
Here are the guys.
Chicago Bulls about to arrive.
Thousands of Bulls fans. Would you dare think that a Phoenix Suns fan would be here? Of course not. But you can pan around and you can see just thousands of Bulls fans. The Bulls fans are here.
Because when we were in Phoenix. All right, we'd like to welcome you all to the foregone conclusion that is the
Squawker
celebration.
That's right.
You know, they call the Bulls a lot of things. They've been called the Repeatables, the Remarkables, the Incredibles. But as far as we're concerned, there's only one name: the Inevitables.
All right, now you may have noticed a lot of the merchandise around here that they're selling. You know, three-peat this and three-peat that. You know, we just want to say to Pat Riley.
Listen up.
Yeah, you must be feeling pretty smug, pal, with that, and smart with that three-peat trademark. Well, don't count your money too fast, my friend, because we have trademarked the only truly relevant phrase.
That's right. Like we said 2 years ago, we're not talking 3 feet, we're talking a minimum 8 feet. There it is. Read it and weep, decade.
We're very sorry, Pat.
Sorry, Pat.
Sorry, Pat. You're going to have to buy a few less Armani suits than was planned, my friend.
That's right. And forget about that. Our cut is going to charity, my friend.
That's right. The committee to reopen Dickus.
That's right. No, it's going to go to Northwestern Hospital right here in Shitetown, IL.
And we're going to go to Jordan's restaurant, my friend, for some macaroni and cheese.
Right.
Some what it is.
Until
Juanita's
Iron
macaroni
Mike
and
returns,
cheese.
which he will.
What we haven't seen of this kid.
Man.
Now, we understand
All right.
it is very tempting to buy this three-peat stuff. We all want to celebrate the three-peat. But we just want to say one thing. If you must buy a three-peat shirt, buy it from a bootlegger. Please.
Bootlegger.
Do not put the money in Pat Riley's hands.
A bootlegger. How can we tell bootlegger, huh?
Now,
Nothing
we'd
like the
to address
super
the
fans.
remainder
Oh,
of our little portion here to a certain
I
Charles
like that. I'm
Barkley.
going to take the money, open up Dickus.
Listen up, Charles.
I got a question for you, buddy. Charles, what God did you talk to?
That's right. Charles, the next time you want to call God, you better
Doc
start
God.
by dialing 312, my friend.
Only on...
So you know Chicago is God's country.
That's right.
And Cook County is God's county.
Oh, yeah. Sweet. All right.
Now, Charles, after Game 5, you teased us about protecting our town.
That's right. We all heard Charles. And Charles, we just want to say it's true. We did put up a lot of plywood on Friday night, but it was nothing compared to the bricks you were throwing up Sunday night.
With all those bricks he was throwing up, he could have built a little summer home for him and Madonna.
That's right. Nice little nook. I mean, the guy was 7 for 18 from the field. This was the MVP of the season.
Sir Charles, meet King Michael.
King Michael. MVP stood for Michael's vice president or something.
Yeah, all right, time for a little tune?
Time for a tune.
We got a tune. Time for
A tune, huh? This ought to be great.
We're going to take you.
All right, Chicago.
There you go.
Do you feel all right tonight, people?
Feeling
Let's do some
stronger
rocking.
every day. Boom, boom. Great concert up there, man.
Actually, we're going to do a little bit of a folk tune today. We're going to take you on a little musical journey through the 1993 NBA playoffs. Hit it. Never in doubt, my friend, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend.
The only question was, when would it end?
Because it was never in doubt, my friend.
All right, let's start with Atlanta. I can dunk the ball like Michael, and I've got the same physique. And I can let him sweep my sorry ass. Hello, I'm Dominique.
So be number one tomorrow.
It was never in doubt, my friend, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend. Everybody, the only question was, when would it end? 'Cause it was never in doubt, my friend. Cleveland, Jordan's got the ball. Time's running out. Listen to all the cheers.
Can we stop him?
No.
Are we women?
Almost. We're the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Cavaliers.
It was never in doubt, my friend, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend. The only question was, when would it end? Because it was never in doubt, my friend.
Oh, I'm not allowed to butt your head or scratch you and leave deep marks? But in New York, there are no rules. Good for me. Hi, I'm John Stark.
Okay, I had to watch the playoffs from my living room this year. And I picked the fight with my color TV. How you doing? I'm Bill Lampier. It was never in doubt, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend. The only question was, when would it end?
3.9% back.
In doubt, my friend. All right, let's examine the Phoenix series.
I'm a punk who goes from team to team with a face you want to rearrange. I look like Opie and I cry like him too. How are you? I'm Danny Ainge.
My favorite show, man.
Okay, let's talk about Game 3 for a second.
It does look like Opie now to think about
A 4-game sweep, that just won't do. We better fix Game 3. Here's 20 grand, refs. Make it look good. How you doing? We're NBC.
Oh.
You know it's true. It was never in doubt, my friend, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend. NBC didn't want it to end, but it was never in doubt, my friend. Okay, the final game of the series.
I'll take a shot from 40 feet and miss it very rarely. But in the final minute, I'll hit nothing but air. How's it going? I'm Dan Majerle.
McGurley. Oh, man.
It's Dan Majorly. Majorly.
Well, he majorly choked. I got
There you go. Okay, moving on.
McQuarrie.
I'm hated by folks all through this town, from Wabash to Pulaski. I ruined the Bears and I fired Coach Ditka. Have we met? I'm Mike McCaskey.
Whoa.
It had to be
Local
said,
shot.
my friend. Okay, back
side
to
attraction.
the Bulls.
All right.
Here's your finale.
Oh, I talk to God. I have no hair, but my head is really sparkly. I'm no role model for your kids because I'm a loser. Hi, I'm Charles Barkley.
It was never in doubt, my friend, my friend. It was never in doubt, my friend.
And sweet John Paxson put it to an end.
It was never in doubt, my friend.
Nice. The super fans.
#1 in Chicago tomorrow. This song right here, guys.
Yes.
I don't care what station it's on.
Hey, one more thing before we go.
Celebration in just a moment.
We are donning the ceremonial hula skirt and coconut bra. And now it is time. You know, although the Bulls won in the 90s, Bulls are a great team, we cannot forget the guys from the 70s who brought us here. And so today, joining us for the ceremonial traditional hula dance is Chicago's own Butterbean Bob Love.
Norm, run up there, get some of those things on.
Yeah, right. Show my little legs. Here comes Butter.
Gentlemen, are you ready? Here we go.
Butter. Butter's still moving slow.
All right, Bob, that's great.
I like the horns.
Terrific.
We're
done.
The
Here we
Butter.
go now. Stepping up to the microphone, Jim Sheehan, director at the mayor's office, a special event. Mayor's not here, it's the next best thing. See you later.
Thanks very much, Superfans.
Yeah,
We
boy.
would like to welcome everybody here to see the Chicago Bulls on behalf of
Monday through
Daily and the sponsors that are paying for this, Miller Lite Spirit or Miller Genuine Draft, Chicago Tribune, Montgomery Wards. We want everybody to have a good time, so now we're going to bring on the Chicago Lovables.
I'm fine.
The Lovables.
Full compliment, too.
Yes. They were called, where were they? The Bullets when I was playing.
The Bullets?
The Bullets.
Tell you what, you go around the league, they're about as good as there is in the league. I promise you that.
I tell you, those Laker girls started off, and those Bullets, listen to me, Lovables, they get down.
They perfected it. I promise you that.
Yep.
Kathy Core doing an outstanding job with the Lovables.
Ruby Turan as well, you're right.
I tell those people out in L.A., we got some people give you a run for your money now. They used to be alone at the top, but not anymore. I tell you another thing. The stadium is the only stadium every time out, every minute there's some entertainment going on. And the whole league.
A lot of people have taken their cue from the Bulls on how to market basketball.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Y'all ready for this?
That Carlton Fisk tribute tonight on Sports Channel, 6 o'clock tonight. The White Sox Sports Channel honoring.
I think that makes some sense.
Little things make the big things happen. You know.
We were here about 2 hours ago, and you know, the fans were hardly see the.
They say it could show.
This would be the flip side hit, right?
That's it.
Champs.
All right. Champs.
Definitely a party in Chicago.
Bulls Brothers and Benny the Bull. And the Bulls Brothers have grown into one of the most popular acts at halftime of the when they travel.
And there is nobody in this crowd estimated at 2.
You've seen them at the stadium, you've seen them here. They really put on some good sideshows, don't they?
Oh, it's the best place in the world to watch sideshows here is Chicago Stadium. Only stadium in the league that has that, you know, every time out they have something going on.
I got a feeling my partner can't be far behind.
Festivities. I'd love to see the
Their announcer, Johnny Red Kerr.
First coach of the Bulls and well respected here in Chicago.
John was shut out, Rick, as you know. He didn't do any broadcasting during the Eastern Finals or the Championship Series, but he's the biggest fan they have, I'll guarantee it.
No doubt about it.
Rise and we'll sing the national anthem with Wayne and Kathleen Mesmer.
And you know, in his own way, Dan, Wayne Mesmer is such a champ. This guy does such a great job.
Together, too, and you're going to hear them right now.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad
I have the diary of a sis who takes her grandma, but grandma takes
through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the last star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free. Well, as I was saying last June, welcome to the victory party for the Chicago Bulls, world champions of the NBA. I'd like to have you welcome, as he walks to his seat, please, one of the great owners that this city has ever seen, Jerry Reinsdorf.
We'll have a few introductions, and then, of course, we will bring on the Bulls.
Let me introduce you to the man with the plan, the designer of this ball club, the general manager, Jerry Krause.
Boy, isn't it great to be here 3 years in a row. It'd be hell to be in Phoenix today, and it's a hell of a lot better to be here. Thanks for all of you. We'll talk a little about the staff and the people later on, but thanks for being here. This is a great group. Thank you.
Next man I'd like to introduce is a guy that has the best winning percentage of any coach in the history of the NBA in the playoffs. 74%. A man that did not receive a vote for Coach of the Year, but who's the Coach of the Year? Phil Jackson.
Phil did get in on that dead concert after all, huh?
Well, they are certainly giving this dealer his due today.
Now, he deserves it.
No doubt about it.
Of course, Phil was helped so much by Johnny coaching from his seat behind the bench all during the playoffs.
Welcome heckling, I suppose.
Yes.
PJ.
How sweet it was. Thank you. About 2 years ago, Scott Williams came up here almost to this day and said, real men do it twice. 3 times sure is nice, isn't it? Thank you.
All right, let me bring back to the podium the general manager, Jerry Krause, to introduce his fine staff. Here he is.
The guys who bring the talent here. The guys who do the scouting and do the hard work throughout the world. First of all, a female who helps me so much and is my left arm is Karen Stack, who coordinates all our scouting activities. And Karen, would you stand up, because you certainly deserve to be recognized.
This brings us back to the unsung heroes and heroines, Dan, that we mentioned earlier in our program.
Guy who's been with us for 5 years and is an outstanding scout, Jimmy Stack, Karen's brother, Jimmy.
Can only wonder who he's got upstream for the
Clarence Gaines Jr., who does a tremendous job as one of my assistants and scouts all over the country.
We'll talk
Clarence,
about that
would you
later.
stand up?
Tony Kukoc among them.
That's right.
Young man who we just hired this past year, who played 14 years of professional basketball in Europe and is an outstanding star and scouts all over the world for us, particularly in Europe and now in the United States. From Croatia, Ivica Dukan. And then 2 great people who have helped us from the get-go. 8 years ago, the second person we hired in this organization, he's still here. He does a tremendous job, our strength and conditioning coach, Al Vermeil. And his assistant, who's been with us now for I think 6 years and does a great job, Eric Helen.
Doesn't Al Vermeil have a training video out?
Thank you,
I heard something about that.
It's great to be here, June, and we hope like hell to be back here next June.
Top-notch people Jerry just introduced.
Yeah. One more time, just to introduce his staff, the coaching staff.
And Rick, here's some of the people we talked about earlier,
Exactly
like Johnny Box and Tex Winters and Jim Clemens.
My staff, which has done a terrific job for the last 4 years, I'd like to introduce, first of all, our trainer, Chip Schaefer.
He's had a lot of work to do this year, hasn't he?
And he's done it well.
Not only is Chip physically help him out, he does it mentally. He's a therapist, both mental and physical. His assistant, Johnny Ligmanowski. Yeah, sweet. Our scout, man who works with our younger players, the guy that does the road work, Jim Clemens. A future head coach in this league. Defense coordinator, John Bach.
Check out Johnny. The ace
and the offensive mastermind, Tex Winter. Thank you.
All right, hold on to your hats. This is called a pause for dramatic effect.
Johnny's good at it, isn't he? I've heard this music before.
Once or twice. Well, this is the third time around here for us, and it's every bit as exciting this time as last.
And now, your NBA World Champion, Chicago Bulls, Ed Nealy. that have repeated as champions if they'd come to the mic and say a word. Let's have a little hello from Will Perdue. Will.
Will have some notes prepared.
As you all remember last year, I had a cute little saying for everybody. So I couldn't let you down, so I thought I'd say the same thing, but a little different. All right? So y'all listen up. As I promised last year, the third title is oh so sweet. I know, because once again, I had that same damn seat. Could a fourth title be for us? I don't know. I could just be driving a bus. So let's all enjoy number 3. Who knows? That could be it for me. Thank you, Chicago. All right, let's hear a little bit from the left-hander, Stacey King. Hey, who's that is? Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, we had a long, hard year, but we all hung in there, and we won the prize. We had to listen to the Atlanta Hawks, we had to listen to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and especially those bad Knicks. Yeah, every time that we played in Madison Square Garden, all we kept hearing was, go New York, go New York, go! Go New York, go New York, go! And yeah, they gone. There it is. There we go. And the final series against Phoenix, we had to listen to Phoenix talk about they saved our city. Police. Well, we did them one better. We saved their city. We had to also listen to Danny Ainge after the game say that he goes, last year when I was in Portland, we knew the Bulls were a better team than we were. Yeah, we beat them 4-2-2. This year, he was on a different team, thinking the thing was going to be different. We had to listen to him say this year, he said, now trip this is what he said. He goes, no matter what the outcome was, I think this team was better than the Bulls. Well, my name is not Albert Einstein, and if you look at the record, it was 4 games to 2, and I think someone needs to teach him how to count. Poof, there it is. We love you, baby.
Basking in the reflected glow of the championship, Stacey King.
You know, some of these players have been around a long time in this league. They play many, many years before they get a championship ring. But this guy must think it's easy. He's got 3 rings in his 3 years here. Scott Williams.
Scott Williams pitching the perfect game for his NBA basketball career. 3 for 3.
Chicago, how does it feel? Woo! I just want to thank you all. You know, when I came into this league 3 years ago, undrafted, most people didn't think I'd be long enough to pick up 3 paychecks, let alone 3 rings. So, woo, there it is. I just want to say thank you to all you guys that supported us all year long. It was a struggle for us in the regular season, but you all hung behind us, and here we go, party again. I want to say that I love Chicago, I love this city. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope to be back, so party hard, y'all.
guy.
Well, when a lot of people get in trouble, who do you call? You call Ghostbusters, right? But when there's 3.9 on the clock, you call a Pac-Man!
Welcome to it. He's been doing it all his life.
Hey, a couple of weeks ago, I'm in my backyard with my 6-year-old son, and we're shooting baskets. And he hits a shot at the buzzer to win a game. And he looks at me and he says, "Hey, Dad, wouldn't it be cool if you could do that someday?" Well, Ryan, I did it. Thank you, Chicago.
The next guy I want to bring up, in his first day of practice at the old multiplex, they weren't going to let him in because they thought he was too young. They call him the kid, but he's a man. B.J. Armstrong.
I just want to say this has been a great run, a great experience, and I'd just like to commend all my teammates that I've had over the last 4 years I've been here in Chicago, and what we've achieved as a team has been a really spectacular and a wonderful experience. And I'd like to thank you, the fans, most of all, because you've been behind us from day one, and we really appreciate it. Thanks. God bless all of you. I hope we'll be back here again next year. Thank you.
The next guy I'm going to bring up has scored a lot of points in Chicago Bulls over his career. But we were all happy that he decided not to take the last time he had the ball in his hands, take the shot. But what a job he did. Horace Grant.
He'll be remembered for the shot he didn't take.
For me personally, it's been a struggle during the Phoenix series. But because your fans were behind me and my teammates helped me to carry on. You know, if you guys support us like you've done the last 3 years, and I guarantee another 4-peat.
I'm going to bring up a member of the Olympic Championship team, the Dream Team, a guy that had a triple-double in Game 3, a superstar in this game of NBA basketball, Scottie Pippen.
What's up, Chicago? I want to thank you guys for all the support you gave us this season. We've been successful every season we've been there. Let's go for 4 in a row.
There's my guy, Rick. I knew we'd find that head somewhere in this crowd.
I'm going to bring up a man that made sure we got back to the final round by his outstanding play in the first 3 series. The co-captain of the Chicago Bulls, Bill Cartwright.
This season was a definite long season, a season of ups and downs. I thought it was a great season for everybody, and what I just want to say, I just want to thank everybody. And with a little luck, we'll be right back here next season. Thanks.
Charles.
For those of you who didn't understand what he said, Stacy will tell you.
Well, it's been 3 long years, and we got our 3rd championship, and we couldn't do it without you. Who? There it is.
Cartwright's going to kill him. And Charles Barkley, if you're watching, it's almost time to talk to God again.
All right, you know how hard it is to three-peat, to win 3 championships in a row? Well, it's just about as hard to win 3 MVPs of the championship round. Let's hear it with Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan will get that hardware a bit later on today here in Chicago.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me say, as you know, I've been here ever since this team was at the bottom, and we worked 8 hard years to get to where we are. Last 3 years, we've been very, very tough in terms of trying to duplicate what we did the previous year. Certainly, destiny shall be back here for the 4th time. Thank you.
Like you said, it's time for Charles Barkley to make that phone call again.
On behalf of the city of Chicago and Mayor Daley, we're going to get every one of the players will get one of these, but Mike, would you unroll this for us?
This is the traditional banner presentation. 3-Mendus. These are up and down Michigan Avenue downtown.
All right. They three-peated. Now I want you to give a final round to the Quad Squad.
Johnny Kerr checking in. He's trying to get in on the money train too, I guess.
I wonder if he copyrighted his last night at 2 o'clock in the morning.
The Quad Squad.
Okay, guys, this ends a brilliant 3 years in the history of the Chicago Bulls. But stick around, this is to be continued next June.
The city had planned for this program to wind up after we heard.
I can't imagine what New York would have done. I cannot imagine seeing a similar scene such as this in Phoenix. Chicago is one of a kind.
Great stuff. Got to get that out on CD right away.
I like the Barkley throwing up enough bricks in the last game that he could have built himself a summer place for him.
With Madonna.
Every stand-up comedian in the country had plenty of material with that thing.
Well, the Bulls filing off the stage.
Whether it be a golf course, another country, wherever they're going.
Yep.
These guys, for 9 months, have worked their butts off, and they really deserve it.
For a while at the start, but it turned out to be a very pleasant morning. And in fact, throughout the whole day, I think there was less pushing and shoving than we saw the first 2 years. The crowd actually ended up being more orderly this time, and that may be the result of some sobering reflections about the celebration after the game, which will always take a little bit of edge off what the Bulls have done the last 2 years. This phenomenon of urban violence in cities that win championships.
They're going to make this, to tell you, it's going to be tough, tough, tough. But I doubted Superman one time. I won't do it ever again, and I'll go ahead and pick the 4-peat.
This time you all are going to wait and see? I can't believe it.
No.
You know, a lot of people thought it would be just another championship after 2 times, the 3rd time. But this one's got to be special for exactly the reason you mentioned. A lot of people said the Bulls would never get here, that the teams were too good this year, that the Bulls were sort of, you know, playing it low-key. They'd been a lot of trouble in their personal lives, that they wouldn't make it here. They did, and I'll tell you one thing, they have a lot of character. They smell blood, and they go for it.
Well, character zapped at me and brightened up, and he said, "We gonna be at Grant Park?" And I said, "Horace, I will see you at Grant Park. We're gonna have a good time. We'll have a lot of fun." And really have been
been such a factor for the Bulls, and that's why it's not a one-way.
Speeches that you heard.
Byron Hughes. Players in their remarks.
As you see the crowd reacting, what they're really playing to now are the television cameras from the various scaffolds.
You are correct. From Sports Channel and everybody else, thank you for a job well done in the playoffs. You did a good job of explaining what happened in the games, and you're right. This is a lot of fun. Last year I was down there and upstairs with the players and downstairs with them in the preparation room, and I tell you what, in listening to the things they had to say, this is a big deal for these guys. They have an awful lot of fun coming out here. Again, I can tell you, it means a lot that you show up out here because, hey, look around. These aren't the people that can afford the seats most of the time at the stadium. Maybe a standing room ticket every now and again when you can get it, but this is a chance to come out and say thank you to Chicago.
Howard's going to have a crack at him here as they walk out. There's Michael. Yeah, I'm sure he's...
Where do you think he's headed?
I'm not a betting man, but I would guess he's going to the Lynx. Get ahead of you.
All right. All right, thanks a lot, guys. Let's go over and talk to Horace Grant before he gets on the bus. Horace, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Howard. Doing great. Oh, definitely.
You were the first one to say the foreword out there, weren't you?
Yeah, I always get myself into trouble. I'm a troublemaker, and what do you expect?
What's it like? This never gets old.
In July, I think, late July. So really, Michael Jordan has played more than a year of continuous basketball. He really played interesting this summer.
Ceremony for the third straight year. Gordon.
Why not believe purposes?
Give you support.
This is the ultimate high, isn't it?
Win a fourth one. That would be the ultimate high.
All right, listen, we're going to have a special on Channel 2 tonight. We got a party if you want to come down. 7 o'clock, excuse me. I gave the time wrong. They're really jumping on me back here. 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we got a personal party for the organization in downtown. So if we can get out there real early, I'll swing through there.
All right, how was this crowd out here today?
Oh, it was great, man. Our crowd has always been behind us. Every year we've been here, it gets stronger and stronger. As long as we keep doing the things that we're doing, we're always going to have support.
Going to be back next year?
Series when they denied Charles Smith off the glass at the end was the most exciting thing I had seen in years, and then Paxson eclipses that. That's right. Game 6.
While we continue talking, let's take a look at the Lovables because they're kicking up a people. Certainly conservative number. Chicago Police Department will come out with their final figure.
For a guaranteed refund.
Stacey King led the way in that regard. Why don't we throw it out right now to Larry Mency in the crowd. Larry, where are you?
I'm just over to the right of you. Excitement's growing again. They look for every opportunity to cheer and yell. If I can get out of here, and I'm going to attempt to do that, I can talk to a couple of people. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm going to walk over here. It's funny. This really is the fans' day, and so we should get a reaction to how they're feeling on this day. Watch out for 1 second. We get out of that crowd. Wait, were you up there and you were listening?
Yeah.
Tell me what this meant to you. What today means to you.
It means that the Chicago Bulls are the best team in NBA. They're the best. Yeah, baby.
Does that give you some pride? Is there some pride?
I'm in Chicago, and I'm in Chicago, and it's 4, baby. Go for 4, baby. Yeah.
I was talking to a guy as I was walking.
Real men do it twice. 3 times sure is nice, isn't it? Thank you.
And now, your NBA World Champion, Chicago Bulls. I wish it were that simple for me. And the reason that she loved him was the reason I loved him too. And he never wondered what was right or wrong. He just knew, he just knew. So we soared through the pieces, my friends and I, searching through the darkness to find the breaks in the sky. Well, it was one of those great stories that you can't put down at night. The hero knew what he had to do, and he wasn't afraid to fight. The villain goes to jail, while the hero goes free. I wish it were that simple for me, were that simple for me.
Court and I'm troubled. Last week messed around and got a triple-double. Freaking brothers every way like MJ. I can't believe today was a good day. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies and watch me break 'em with a 7-11. 7-11.
Times has had kind of an inconsistent series against the Knicks in particular. I mean, gee whiz, why is that? It feels kind of like Phoenix.
As he tried to leave the restaurant shortly after midnight, Jordan was mobbed by dozens of well-wishers. He opened that restaurant with some partners a couple of months ago. By the way, stay tuned to Eyewitness News.
Precise.
Watch out for the hitman.
Jackson for three. Yes! Jordan from center court. Yes!
Watch out for the hitman.
3, 2, 1. Let's fly. Sunday! Yeah, it's Sunday! Bulls win again!
Watch out for the hitman.
And it is Chicago going on to the NBA Finals. Chicago will attempt to three-peat.
Watch out for the hitman. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Go back to a groove, back and forth to make you move. Get up to the funky music on a dance floor and just sing it. Tonight's the night for you to let it hang out. You get funky while I get house. Now I know that you got soul. There it is, put the ace in the hole. Feel the vibe while the rhythm control you. I command you to get loose. Yeah, I know you like my style. Grab a girl and get buck wild. Show me what you got while the noise is pumping. The DJ's spinning, the crowd is jumping. Turn up the music and let's motivate. Do that thing until your body starts to break.
We got a chance to make history, and we know we got the caliber of a team to do that. But the work is still one game away. You know, we have to put the work on the basketball court, and then we can celebrate from that point on.
Get on your feet. Get up and make it happen. Get on your feet. Stand up and take some action. Get on your feet. Don't stop before it's over. Get on your feet. The weight is off your shoulders.
struck me the most that has come out of this series has been 3 the hard way, and we certainly did 3 the hard way.
It was stunning. It was thrilling. It was infuriating, but it was never easy. Join us now as we relive the rush of the Bulls championship run. This is 3 the hard way.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Giangreco.
The Bulls' longest season ever was extended by the fact that the finals actually started with the grudge match against the Knicks. After digging themselves a huge hole with 2 opening losses in New York, the Bulls won Game 3 with a big effort from the bench. And after Michael fired off 54 in Game 4, the series was tied. The end was near for New York when B.J. Armstrong's 3 gave the Bulls a late lead for the defense to hold. Plenty of time on the shot clock, down to 10. Ewing for Smith. Smith. Stopped again by Pippen. What a play by Scottie Pippen. Final seconds, Jordan for Armstrong. And the Bulls have defeated the Knicks. That victory gave the Bulls a chance to wrap it up in the stadium, where it was the unofficial MVP of the series who put the final nail in the Knicks' coffin. Shot clock at 4. Here's Pippen for 3. Yes! Again, Scottie Pippen has hit the big shot.
I got 2 rings, so I think I arrived a couple years ago. Damn the critics.
So the Bulls strutted into their 3rd straight finals and 3rd straight NBA marquee matchup. Michael Jordan facing his successor as MVP, Charles Barkley. While Michael was silent on all subjects, Sir Charles was making the most of his moment in the sun.
He can't be unhappy because he's got 2. And if I lose, hey, I can't be happy because I got there. And sometimes the teams are just better. You know, whoever plays the best in these games got to win.
Game 1 was a real downer for Phoenix, the Bulls jumping out to an early lead. Jordan off the steal, 3 on 2. It's Grant from Jordan. It counts in the foul. Armstrong. Pippen gets to it. Setting up Armstrong. Beautiful play by Scottie Pippen. They were down by 20. Here's Jordan extending. Michael Jordan driving the lane. Michael with a game-high 31 as the Bulls held off 2 late charges by the Suns to secure the convincing victory.
I thought the edge was psychological probably more than anything else, just the experience that we had and the ability to get out to that 18, 20-point lead. And they had a run, they made a good run, came back, put the game in perspective, and kept it close the second half. But I thought it was our experience in the playoffs that probably won us this game.
The series opening victory lifted Michael's spirits, causing him to lift his boycott of the media.
I'm in total control of my life, financially, emotionally, and physically. And I felt that the reports was kind of misleading in that sense. And I've always seemed to be in control of my life, and I want people to understand that I am in control of my life and in control of my whole situation.
The Mike we all like was back, but so were the paparazzis that very day flying reconnaissance over his private golf game. Undaunted, Jordan seemed glib for Game 2, and as usual came through with a near triple-double featuring 42 points. Charles Barkley, determined to match Mike, had 42 too. Horace Grant with the rebound and pops it back out. Here's Jordan for 3. Yes. Johnson with Barkley. Barkley brings Phoenix within 1. Jordan. So Michael Jordan to the floater. At one point of the first half, Chicago led by as many as 14. Barkley all the way. But the rest of the Bulls threw up too big of a roadblock, and the Suns were left looking for some divine intervention, while some Chicago tourists were already looking for a sweep.
I don't think we're surprised that we're 2 up. I think we wanted to be that, and we thought we had a good opportunity to do that. Now it's a matter of just going back home and closing it, and I think it's very important for us to remember that Phoenix has one of the best road records in the league, so they know how to win on the road as well.
For a second straight game, Phoenix co-star Kevin Johnson was a box office bust, and he heard it from the fans, who in turn heard it from Charles.
To the Phoenix fans who were getting on Kevin tonight, if Kevin Johnson, we wouldn't be here without him. And if you're going to boo Kevin Johnson or give him a hard time if he's struggling, please don't come to the game, because we don't need you. If you're not going to be with us through the good times and the bad times, we don't want you here. If you're not going to stick with him when things aren't going well for him, please don't come to the games.
Yeah, those fans listened up. When three from Chicago, and Game 3, the Bulls bent on making it 3 straight, especially since Barkley could barely bend his injured elbow. But when Danny Ainge hit a late 3, Charles and his chums found themselves celebrating an 11-point lead. Could the Bulls possibly bounce back?
Pippen for Grant. Way short. Here is Armstrong. And now the Sox will call for time. Suns by 7. Jordan going left. And Pippen will throw in. Oh, Pippen threw it off the back of the net. What a play. He fooled the Suns. Minute 35 to go, fourth quarter. Jordan sets up.
And away they went.
By now, Pippen will throw in. Pippen to the basket to Grant. And we go to overtime. That almost worked. Barkley going at Grant. Here's Johnson on the penetration. Barkley with the rebound. Barkley goes short. Rebound Johnson. Time running down. Here's Ainge to win it. We go to a second overtime. Danny Ainge with a chance to wrap it.
And then on to 2.
Now it's full concentration, full defensive commitment, and playing together on the offensive end.
Pippen will throw in. 3 and 2, 10 seconds to go. Grant for Pippen. He has the shot. Gets it off. And we go to a third overtime.
And finally to 3.
Barkley. Marley for 3. Whoa! Dan Marley with his 6th three-pointer. And King able to get to Barkley on the intercept. Charles Barkley with the interception and the field goal. And the Suns now lead by 5.
Well, that went on for too long. I thought that was never going to end. We had our opportunities. They had theirs. No one seemed to be able to complete. And finally, I think just fouls and fatigue ran us out of the game.
The momentum-shifting victory prompting Chuck to chime in.
Oh, baby, baby, I love you.
Still much more to...
Charles, we're very busy here. It's an
I just want to make sure y'all predicting we're going to win tonight.
We're very busy.
Very busy.
Game 4, the Bulls wanted more. Scottie Pippen got off early and often.
Pippen works his way inside. Oh, what a move by Scottie Pippen. Pippen gets inside.
After a poor shooting performance in Game 3, Jordan was driven to the limit of 55. The annoying Danny Ainge tried to run Michael off his game with this little run-in, but he of all people should know you don't ever tug on Superman's cape.
They want to play good
defense without fouling right now. There is a 7-second disparity between the shot clock and the game clock. Jordan, yes, and it counts!
You know, it would have been better for Charles to foul him all the way than halfway fouling.
I think my best games have been always the last game, you know, because once the last game is over, we got the championship. This is just a prelude to the last game, and yeah, I think this is a very important game, and yeah, I consider it one of my greatest games, but I've yet to see the greatest game. Hopefully it comes next game.
How did Charles cope with this demoralizing defeat? He partied at Mike's place as the proprietor promised to stay put.
I told the guys, you know, I'm not going back to Phoenix with you guys. If you guys want to go back and play, you're going by yourself. I want to get it over with right now.
Phoenix was fired up for Game 5, miffed over the fact that Chicago was bracing for a potentially violent victory dance. The Suns vowed to save our fair city by keeping the peace on the court.
You got the National Guard out, you got police out in force, you got every bar in town boarding up windows, every store is boarding up windows.
You have something to say about that? That won't be necessary tonight, huh?
Oh man, I think that's rude.
Well, 3 games
like dividing up the estate before the person's dead.
Suns have hit their last 5 shots. They missed their first 4. Barkley off a double team, yes, and it counts. Barkley has hit 5 out of 7, 11 points. Nice pass. Dumas from Barkley. A reverse stuff by the rookie, Richard Dumas. Dumas, yes, Richard Dumas has come out shooting.
The Bulls staged a brief rally with John Paxson hitting 3 quick threes, an ominous omen for the Suns. But Barkley and his boys put some heat on the three-peat and wasted no time crowing about it.
I guess y'all can take that damn plywood off the windows now.
Well, it was our goal to save the city. We like Chicago. We had a really nice week, and we thought that we would step forward and do something for the city to pay them back for the hospitality they showed. We didn't want to see it burn today.
This sudden swing prompting Sir Charles to christen his club the Team of Destiny.
And I told Michael that the other night at dinner. I just believe in my heart. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I believe it 100% that it's just our destiny.
He's been telling me that crap ever since he's been here.
What's your response?
I mean, he's got a different destiny than what we see it. You know, we're destined to win as much as he's destined to win, and right now we got the one game up.
Oh no, he said he read a different Bible than I did.
And I understand his positive thinking, but we're here to say that his destiny is to have a long summer thinking about what he should have or would have done.
Hear, hear. Up next on 3 the Hard Way, time for the Suns to pax it in. Suddenly seemed to be pretty serious about upsetting the champs back in the desert. Supremely confident, the Suns set their sights on forcing a Game 7. But they overlooked the clean-cut All-American Boy Scout who would earn his badge of honor by breaking their hearts at the buzzer.
Sunday morning found the Bulls back in the Valley of the Sun, and with history no longer on the horizon, they were simply fighting for survival.
A Chicago Bulls car, we're told, 75 cents a hit. 3 for $2.
Mike and his men did find reason to smile after running up a 10-point lead midway through the third quarter.
Paxson, yes, that's a 3-pointer for John Paxson. Chicago leads by 7. Armstrong for 3. Oh, they are on fire from downtown. Now Jordan posting up. Yes.
But the Suns roared past the rattled champs, and it appeared the Bulls would have to kiss Game 6 goodbye.
Scott Williams in to defend against Barkley.
Barkley off the fake. The Suns and the Bulls are tied at 88. Barkley for 3.
Suddenly, Jordan pulled the Bulls within 2 with a late drive. And after regaining possession, it was John Paxson and deja vu all over again.
They want Michael to get a full head of steam, try to keep him in the middle of the floor.
Well, Pippen got the step. Here's Paxson for 3. Yes!
playing basketball since I was 8 years old, and I've taken hundreds of thousands of shots in my driveway growing up, and to this point, it's a reaction. It's what I practiced, and you know, your instincts are to catch and shoot, and that's what I did.
Kevin Johnson will inbound. Oliver Miller plays it. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets, no, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have made it 3 straight NBA championships. A three-point shot by John Paxson, the game winner. The Bulls with a record low, only 12 points. In the fourth quarter, that is a NBA Finals record low, but it was enough.
Three-time NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls. Congratulations. It's a great accomplishment.
Well, with Michael Jordan, you just step above everybody else because he's got such a will to win. He's so competitive. He helps everybody else to the nth degree. And that's what makes this team very, very special, is they've got a guy, a leader that's a great competitor.
What is this?
History. Yeah. That's what it is. It's history.
Were you getting to be overcome by history for a while there?
Man, I was so nervous. The last 3.9 seconds in more than my whole career, you know, because I just wanted it to happen for so many people, and I'm just so glad that it got over with.
I don't think we get enough credit. We feel like that we're one of the greatest teams, whether or not we ever get the credit or not.
This is an unbelievable situation. I've been here to be on a championship team, to play with the players that I'm with.
So much stuff been going off the court with us, and we just pull it together as a family. And whenever you pull it together, good things happen.
Following a late-night runway rendezvous with the Fanatic faithful out at O'Hare, the Bulls put trophy number 3 on display.
What's up, Chicago? I want to thank you guys for all the support you gave us this season. We've been for every season we've been there. Let's go for 4 in a row.
I've been here ever since this team was at the bottom. And we worked 8 hard years to get to where we are. Last 3 years, we've been very, very tough in terms of trying to duplicate what we did the previous year. Certainly, destiny shall be back here for the 4th time. Thank you.
Hey, a couple of weeks ago, I'm in my backyard with my 6-year-old son, and we're shooting baskets. And he hits a shot at the buzzer to win a game. And he looks at me and he says, "Hey, Dad, wouldn't it be cool if you could do that someday?" Well, Ryan, I did it. Thank you, Chicago.
And it was very cool for the entrepreneurs, because it seems every slogan with the number 4.
The Channel 2 News Special Report. Repeatables, a Chicago celebration.
That is great. If it feels even close to that, that is wonderful. Isn't it? Good evening. We are not the Bulls. We just look like them. Welcome to the Three-Peat Bulls. This is our Chicago celebration. Before we begin, I want to introduce you to another member of the Channel 2 sports team, former Bull Cliff Levingston. He's been with us every step of the way.
You guys are having a good time there, and I wish I was there, but unfortunately I'm here in San Diego doing my basketball camp, and it's going great here, but I know it's even better in Chicago because, you know, everybody is hog wild on the Bulls, and what can you say, the Three-Peat Bulls?
We tricked everybody here. He's in San Diego, live by satellite. We'll be back with you in a minute, Cliff. Don't go away. I wish you were here. It's just great. There is a lot ahead in the next 30 minutes, and then again for the next 30 as we celebrate with Three-Peat, with members of the Bulls, their fans, special guests. We kick it off with another look at the super shot by John Paxson that put the Bulls in the history book. How about the block by Horace Grant that shut down Kevin Johnson and finished them off to eclipse the sun? It all set off a celebration that's still going on here tonight. All we have to do is mention it. As we go along, we're going to have a special interview with Scottie Pippen in a place the outside world rarely gets to see.
Without Michael, then maybe there would be more attention to me. But with Michael there, I'm able to enjoy my life a little bit more.
What else does Scottie have to say about Air Jordan? You'll hear it in a few minutes, and we will travel out into the neighborhoods to see what the Bulls mean to the city and the kids who one day dream of being stars too. Slam dunk there.
All right, right now we're going to get this thing off to a rousing start. We want to meet the stars of the show, and to do that, we turn the program over to a familiar voice, stadium announcer Ray Clay.
From Minnesota, at guard, 6'5", Trent Tucker.
Trent, thanks for coming. It's great to have everybody here, Bill.
We look out of place, or what?
We do.
I mean, goodness. We never know how short we are until you come around, Scott.
I'm all legs. I got this short torso.
Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you.
You know, we've all literally been watching you every step of the way in Phoenix, all the games. You didn't know that. You were probably cocooned on the court or in the locker room, but we're all proud of you.
Thank you. It's been a great experience for us.
I'll bet it has.
Scott, I want to ask you, how about the celebration today? What did you think about? How did it rank up with the other two?
It was even more special the third time around. You know, it's great for me to be able to drive over and see all the people in the city of Chicago come together. I mean, blacks, whites, Hispanics, everybody, just really, you know, in support of one thing. You know, it's wish life could be like that every day, but it's a special day today when everybody can really get together. It was great.
Brent, how about for you? You're a guy, 10 years in the NBA. Jump on with this club, and you go all the way to the top. Tell us your feelings today and tonight.
This is a great moment for me to be in this position, especially after 11 years in the pro basketball. To have an opportunity to be on the World Championship team, you know, a lot of great players wish they had that opportunity. I got that opportunity, and my teammates helped me catch that opportunity.
Yeah, they sure did.
You know, Corey, we nicknamed Trent. When he came here, the savvy vet. Yeah, I think the savvy vet. He knew what he was doing by joining this team at the right time.
It's nice to have him back there. You kind of look over and say, he is smart.
Yeah,
he knows
he's a savvy
exactly
guy.
what he is doing. Give us a little insight. Let's go back to the game just a bit. You've talked an awful lot, talked yourself out. You were the one who said, well, we're going to either get a tie or we've lost and come back Wednesday.
Yeah, I was the one that said, no, John, don't shoot the three. You know, as he spotted up out there, I was thinking, let's go in, try to either get fouled by taking the ball to the basket aggressively, or try to, get the two-pointer and play for overtime. Felt that even though we were on the road, we still would have a good chance to play and pull out the victory. So when Pax shot it, I was the first guy to run up, run and say, no, we shouldn't have done that. As soon as the shot went in, I was the first guy to run out of the court and pick him up and give him a big bear hug. I knew it was going in the whole time.
Hey, I've got a good idea. Okay. We'll run a survey here. How many thought we were going to have to play on Wednesday? Second guessers, right? Well, what about you, BJ?
I really didn't know, but I never gave up, and I always have hope and faith that we're going to pull a game out no matter what the situation, the time, and score is. And I knew that Michael was going to draw so much attention defensively that we had a chance with spot-up shooters like myself were out there and Paxson out there. And I really think they forgot about John Paxson being the guy that could possibly shoot a three in a situation like that, and it just worked out perfectly the way Phil really diagrammed the play in the huddle, and it just happened like where John was wide open, and not only is he open, he got a great look at the basket, and a good shooter with a great look. I'll take my chances with that.
You guys have been so involved and so focused on the games, you probably haven't had much time to kind of look back and reflect and enjoy some of the highlights and some of the moments that we've all experienced as viewers and as reporters. So why don't we do that right now, and let's go back a little ways. First of all, as we all know, when the Bulls beat the New York Knicks, a lot of folks figured, hey, the finals are going to be a breeze. As we all know by now, it didn't turn out quite that way. From Michael's 55-point explosion to the historic triple overtime marathon, certainly a finals to remember. And what was supposed to be a cakewalk turned into a fantastic final series for the Bulls and basketball fans from coast to coast.
The final challenge would be won or lost the hard way. For the first time in 3 years, the Bulls opened the finals on the road. The defending champions stunned the Suns with 2 straight W's.
Johnson a drive, lays it off, stolen by Scottie Pippen. Pippen pushes it across the timeline, runs by Dumas, Pippen to the hole, finger roll, good, and a foul. Great drive by Scottie.
I think the experience factor basically played a big role for us today. We was able to dominate the game.
Michael, stolen by Marlin. Ahead to Frank Johnson. To Barkley, goes inside and dunks. And MJ one-on-one with Marley on the right side. Michael a fake, puts it on the floor, hangs, fires, scores again.
Offensively, we executed down the stretch, and that's what experienced teams should do.
Experience not the answer as the series moves back to Chicago for games 3, 4, and 5. Dan Marley's long-range radar is cooking, and Game 3 knocks down 6 trays to help propel the Suns to a wild triple OT victory that sets the stage for Michael's 55-point masterpiece.
9 on the shot clock. Michael down the lane, knifing in, fires a shot, scores! He scores! A double pumping shot as he hopped down the lane.
Right now, I think everybody wants to win and get the season over it and get some rest.
The rest would have to wait. The city ready to party, but the Suns refuse to cooperate. Rookie Richard Dumas a monster night as the suddenly swaggering Suns force the series back to Phoenix, and we all know how that turned out.
Pippen runs down the lane, dumps it out the horse. Paxson for 3. Yeah! Yeah! Hits the 3. 3 at 9, 10 seconds left, and the Bulls lead 99-98.
That shot obviously means a lot to me. I'm just glad the season's over with and we can go on vacation for a little while. The bull behind us is still excited, it looks like.
He's snorting.
That's one of those classic moments that not just Chicago sports fans, but sports fans across the country, across the world will always remember about the '93 NBA playoffs. Paxson's three-pointer that wins it. I mean, as Phil Jackson said afterwards, haven't been too many NBA finals where the winning game ends like that. Right. I mean, that's something you dream about when you're a little kid. You know, like Pax said, growing up on his driveway, shooting that basket, the game-winning three-pointer, and to tell you quite honestly, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy John Paxson and BJ and Trent will all tell you also that, Pax goes through 2 knee surgeries, in the summer, loses his starting position to John, or to BJ, but he never hangs his head, he never moaned or he never complained. He came in, was the ultimate professional. He helped BJ adjust to his starting role. He helped me adjust to getting more minutes and learning to play with the starters this year. So it couldn't happen to a greater guy.
Well, Ruben and Dave, we have a lot of applause throughout the evening. Thank you. We appreciate that. I feel like I'm sitting in a locker room and would love to continue talking, but we don't want to be selfish. Let's go to Howard Sudbury. He's in the audience. Let's let them ask some questions. They've been wanting to for a long time.
Let's start with you right here. She's got one for you, Bill.
Yeah, start with me.
Can I have your autograph, please?
After the show, I'll be more than happy to give you my autograph.
She asked. That was a good trick.
What do you say to kids that want to be basketball players?
What do I say? I say live your dream. And ultimately have your dream become a reality, and that should be a goal of yours right away. But most importantly, I think education is something you're always going to have to fall back on, something you can carry for the rest of your life. So have that dream of playing basketball someday, maybe playing in the NBA and playing in the NBA finals, but also know the tool that's going to take you there is your education. You can always have that and always fall back on, and it'll never let you down.
We want to talk more about role models. I'm terribly impressed with how you guys handled yourself and some of the answers that you give. But first, let's take a commercial break. We'll be back.
I wanted to ask you.
Great. Wonderful. Chicago, I wish we could have done it in Chicago, but either way, you can be happy for the summer.
Was there ever a doubt? A doubt? That's not in our vocabulary. There you go. It's a great feeling.
Champion Huntington, Holyfield Stewart.
The Bowles Brothers. Everybody plays.
The man in the middle from San Francisco, Bill Cartwright.
Bill Cartwright, we wanted to get him in here. We're actually even going to give you a microphone, too. And you might want to clip it up real close to his voice.
Hey, Bill.
First thing I got to know is, today at the celebration, when you get up there to talk your piece, were you intentionally not talking enough so we could hear you so Stacy could come up and do your voice? How was that all about?
It was a setup.
Yeah, I did kind of let Stacy in a little bit, but with my voice, it doesn't come out all the time. But,
what would you like to say that you didn't say today that we couldn't hear?
well, one thing, it wasn't all loud in there. That's the thing. There was a lot of enthusiasm, more people than you could see. And, you know, the most important thing to me was, you know, not to take anything away from this year's championship, but for the past 2 seasons, the hard work that went in and the goal that was met then, just to do it twice and then to come back again and do it again. That's an accomplishment that may not be met for a long, long time.
Absolutely.
I've been working on trying to imitate Bill's voice, but I don't dare try when he's this close to me.
Well, you know, everybody, you always cut away, and you seem like you enjoy it, or not again. You say, oh, no, not again.
Yeah, you got to give these young guys, give them a break.
Well, you are the sage old one of the squad, the co-captain.
The teach.
The teach.
And that is interesting. 35, and I'm the old guy on the team. But the thing that's interesting, when I broke into the league, I broke in with a guy named Marvin Webster. Right. And I think he was 31 or 32, so I thought he was real old, and time goes by, baby.
And it goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very fast. I know a lot of old friends are trying to call their buddies on the Bulls tonight to congratulate them on the big win. And you never know where some of them might turn up. Michael Jordan was celebrating at the America West Arena after Game 6 the other night when he ran into former teammate Cliff Levingston, for example. Well, they call him good news. So why don't we bring Cliff back live from San Diego, where he's conducting that basketball camp. Cliff, are you there?
Hey, Corey, I'm right here.
How are you?
You played a great game, Cliff.
Well, thank you. You know, I really felt like I really played that game, but unfortunately I wasn't on the floor, but believe me, their hearts and my mind was with the team. I wanted the team to win 3 in a row because that made me feel like I helped this team accomplish something that the Chicago Bulls organization never have done. You know, as you see right now, my camp is kind of like over, but I got some of my kids want to stay around and be seen, but I just want to say thanks to Scott Williams, to Trent Tucker, Bill Cartwright, and B.J. Armstrong for coming on doing the show, and thanks for bringing Chicago a three-peat.
All right.
You gentlemen didn't hear this, but Cliff gave us analysis, and it was quite good, quite decisive always and right on the mark. As a matter of fact, he spotted during prior to the 55-point game, spotted Michael being very quiet. And he said, look out, Michael's going to have a big game tonight, because whenever he's quiet in the locker room.
Right.
He didn't say anything about you gentlemen. I don't know.
I had 2 points that night.
Did he say anything? The Bulls are getting the messages from all over the country, of course, congratulating them on their victory, and that includes one from the White House.
I want to congratulate all the Bulls on your magnificent three-peat. Everybody around the White House is pretty happy. Half our staff is from Illinois. My wife was born in Chicago and raised in Park Ridge, and of course, I'm happy because Scottie Pippen's from Arkansas, and so is my old buddy Darrell Walker. I want to say hello to them and to all of you, and to say how very proud we are of your magnificent achievements. We're looking forward to seeing you at the White House when you can come.
Well, there's the invitation. Okay. Are you going?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to make that trip.
You're going to make it, Bill. Are you going? You're going to go to the White House this time?
Well, if we go, we go.
I know everybody's going. So
BJ, when's the last time the president sent you a personal congratulatory message?
I think this may have been my first.
Incidentally, we don't have any word yet on when the Bulls are going to make the trip to Washington. But we still have a lot ahead to our celebration. Coming up next, Scott Williams. We featured him as a rookie on our first Bulls championship special. Tonight, Scott Williams, Then and Now.
Congratulations on Chicago, you see. Best wishes on your 3 feet. I hope you have fun in Chicago today. Congratulations. And I hope some of the luck come our way.
So let the cameras roll.
They're raging and raring to go. The Chicago Bulls.
Another win in Phoenix for the Bulls tonight.
The Bulls have just won over the Phoenix Suns in a thriller here.
It was a complete team effort tonight by the Bulls.
Air Jordan is silent no more.
It's been quite a night for Bulls fans all throughout the evening.
Michael Jordan, 55 points
The
tonight.
best and most complete team coverage of the Raging Bulls.
The Chicago Bulls are world champions for the 3rd year in a row. I'm Corey McFerrin, Channel 2 News.
Bloodsport. It all begins at 8:05.
Benny the Bull, the lovable. Does Benny ever show his face?
No, Benny doesn't even talk.
Maybe that's against the rules. You know, Scott Williams was just a rookie when he came to the Bulls in 1990-91, and he may be the team's lucky charm. In his first 3 years, he's won 3 world titles, something only Hall of Famer John Havlicek was able to do. Channel 2's Steve Baskerville has the story of the first man off the bench for the Bulls when the going gets tough.
Scott Williams, it was just 3 years, or rather 3 rings ago, that he was a rookie, as really we all were to this championship thing. Hoisting champagne on the flight home after sweeping Detroit and taking a key charge against Magic in the finals. Even taking time out to marvel at the majesty of Jordan before declaring most emphatically the end of his NBA apprenticeship.
I'm telling you right now, I'm a veteran. I don't have to rack balls anymore.
And then the second year, a coming out party for Scott, who doubled his average in rebounds and points and then came up big against Portland. And of course, there was more of Scott Williams off the court, never, it seems, at a loss for words.
I'm not going to talk about the 3P because Horace Grant always tells me that I don't know what I'm talking about anyway. But I will say one thing, real men do it twice.
Which brings us to Scott's 3rd year, where he'd occasionally run over the wrong guy in practice. But was all business come game time. The first man off Phil Jackson's bench, a linchpin of the Bulls' front line, and it has become his habit, a champion once again.
3 years in the NBA and 3 titles. That's not bad for a guy who wasn't even drafted. That's right, Scott Williams had to fight his way into the NBA. He ran and shot and rebounded his way onto the Bulls roster as a free agent.
So I remember not being drafted and basically trying out the half a dozen other guys for that final spot, and it's a big difference from where I started to where I am.
which is, interestingly enough, following in the footsteps of the last guy to win championships his first 3 years in the league.
He gets it out deep, and Havlicek steals it. Over the stand, Havlicek stole the ball. It's all over.
Number 17 for the Boston Celtics, John Havlicek, who added 5 more titles to the first 3. Not the worst role model for a guy who's already come a heck of a long way.
And you made it look easy. We have 2 rings. Let's take a look at what they look like on his hand. I want you to see. Wow. How about that? First championship, second championship. You know, you're going to look like Madonna with a 3rd ring on there. How do you top this? Maybe with a 4th. Okay.
Yeah, you know, you come back just for the fun of it. So gotta come back for 4th. Well, you know, everybody's throwing around these 4-peat slogans and all this other kind of stuff. But, you know, this team is really just happy with what we accomplished this year at this point in time. And, you know, we realize how fortunate we've been and how, you know, blessed we've been by God. And, you know, we just... you know, want to thank, you know, God for giving us all an opportunity to come together and stay together over the course of the years when sometimes success can lead people to get greedy and split a team up. But, you know, we've been fortunate enough that we've been so competitive with one another. We just like to win, and that's the main thing, you know.
You keep them loose.
Good leadership from Bill over there. Bill, I got a question for you.
During the course of the season, obviously, Phil Jackson tried to orchestrate things so you would have maybe a little more time off, didn't push you a lot through some of the injuries and tough times you were having. Same thing with John Paxson. Were you confident during that stretch that that was going to pay off come crunch time, that saving you and saving Pax, or when it counted, was the right strategy, and would it work?
Well, I thought that if I could get some rest, Pax, MJ got a little bit of rest during the year. Pip and Horace, the benches, we get some rest, let Scott play what he loved well. Stacy, we would be great because it would not only give us rest, but these guys a chance to play and get some of that frustration that I know that Scott has and all the other guys who are playing on the court. So it really helped us as a team come together because everybody had playing experience and we were able to play together throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, it seemed to work very, very well, obviously. Right now, let's go to the audience and Lester Holt.
Yeah, we were doing all the questions. Let's get to the folks here. We have something you want to ask?
Yeah, I do. First of all, I just want to make a comment. Just congratulations to the 4 of you and the rest of your team for just a fabulous, fabulous season. I enjoyed it immensely. What I wanted to say is, what I wanted to ask is that you guys, to me, playing basketball for a living has to be a heck of a thing to do. What exactly are you going to do in the off season to relax and unwind? I mean, I can't imagine what could be more fun or more exhilarating than just playing basketball for a living.
Trent, how about that?
Well, you're right. Basketball is fun. It's a great life for the 4 of us and the rest of my teammates. But at this stage, when you're trying to stay a champion as you are, it's a 12-month commitment. You might take a few weeks off, spend some personal time to yourself, but you have to get right back to it. A lot of guys have different hobbies during the summer. I get away from basketball and playing a lot of tennis and doing basketball camps for kids.
Gentlemen, how about the rest of you? BJ?
Well, personally, I really love what I'm doing. So the more I feel, the more I put into it, the more I'll get back. And I just take like a week or 2 off, kind of get away, relax, go home and see my family. And then I'll come back in July and just start working out and preparing myself mentally for the grind that we're going to have again upcoming year because, you know, people are going to be coming at us and people already got a 2-month head start on us since we were playing and they were off, and we have to get ready for the wars that are lie ahead of us.
I know the guys who really appreciate the vacation right now are Scotty and Michael in particular, because what was it? It was July of last year. They went to the Olympic camp to get ready for the Dream Team deal, which leads me into talking about Scottie Pippen. Good. Scotty, as we all know, is a legitimate star in this league, an all-star, dream teamer, but he does have one major problem. Scotty operates in the shadow of Michael Jordan. It seems he's always being asked to prove himself. Channel 2's Jay Levine reports on how Scotty handles his life with Michael and fans who sometimes expect too much.
Pippen works his way inside. Pippen gets inside.
He is already a dream teamer and NBA All-Star, and with plays like these, Scottie Pippen is finally starting to emerge from Michael Jordan's shadow.
I want to make that dunk. It's just the greatest. I mean, the crowd is back into it, whether they're into it or not. But they're back into the game. You feel excited. The adrenaline, the momentum is going. You feel like that now you're unstoppable.
And at times he is, though the questions still keep coming.
Off the glass and in, Scotty! Scotty, does this team just like when they get in their set offense, okay, give it to Michael and everybody just watch?
Scotty, even though Michael got 55, you got 10 assists.
He has his own commercials now.
I jam. Therefore, I am. Michael makes $36 million in endorsement. I'll make about $36.
Playing in Michael's shadow has its drawbacks, but also its benefits. Look at the huge group of reporters gathered around Michael and the much smaller gathering around Scotty. But Scotty knows there'll come a day when Michael will be gone and all the attention will be focused on him, both on and off the court.
Without Michael, then maybe there would be more attention to me. But with Michael there, I'm able to enjoy my life a little bit more. I'm able to go out and do things that he's not able to do. And that's the way I like it.
This is where he comes to relax. To a place, he jokes, where uninvited guests are limited to Olympic swimmers. There are no cheap shots to look out for. No trash talk allowed. No need to prove himself time and again.
Charles is one of those type of players that like to try to nag you out on the court, so I wasn't going to let him intimidate me at all. I was trying to push him back. I knew it wasn't going to get too far out of hand. I wouldn't try that off the court, but on the court, I'd try anything with him.
Out here on his 37-foot Sea Ray, there is time to reflect on things that are important to him. And here, too, he disagrees with his quotable friend Charles.
I want him to look at me as a leader, as a role model, as a person that is not one that has an ego. And I've been very happy with the way my life has been, the way basketball has treated me. Have an opportunity to play in the Olympics. There's nothing that I could change. I've pretty much accomplished everything in life that I wanted to.
Bill and Scotty, quickly. It seems as though Scotty was challenged every time he went on the court. Really almost challenged to fights.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, because it got out that the way to keep Scottie Pippen from playing his game was to play him aggressively and physically. Last year, Xavier McDaniel had some success in doing that, and that seemed to be kind of his little scouting report on Scotty. But he proved his critics wrong this year, and it's good to see because he's a quality person and a great basketball player.
Did you give him any points?
Well, Scotty just has emerged as an all-star player, as an Olympic player. I think he certainly got the recognition, but you know, the problem is for Scotty is that he happens to play in the same city as Michael Jordan, and there's not a person in the world who has more attention than Michael, but Scotty is certainly one of the best players in basketball right now, and I think everybody's aware of that.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back in a moment with more questions from the audience.
I just have to say congratulations to all the Bulls players, Scotty and Michael and John and all you guys. You're true winners, and you're great for the city, and I'm proud to be in the same city as you guys. Thanks a lot.
And 100 colleges were competing for him.
like being at the stadium.
Like in the locker room or out there.
Where's the basket?
Yeah, at least this time I can watch without Phil turning around and yelling at me for not paying attention to the diagram.
Let's get some more questions from the audience. Lester Holt, who do you have back there?
I've got a lot of people back here. Let's see, I had some people back here. You had something to say.
Yeah. I just wanted to come out and tell Trent that I love to see him come in that last game and hit those 4 coming off the bench. It was really nice to see somebody come out.
We've got a couple more questions, but I got to ask one. Can you tell me what Charles Barkley was saying in all your ears during those games?
You probably had to ask some of the bigger guys. They were down there.
He didn't mess with you at all.
No, I wasn't down there.
I know he was always in Scotty's ear, and of course Michael as well. You ever seen anything you, Scott?
Well, I remember in the overtime game, I think it was going from the second to the third overtime, you know, he turned around and he said to me, you know, are you as tired as I am out here? And I was. Yeah, but most of the time he was down there just talking a lot of junk. That, you know, he's a little guy down there, and he's so strong, and I don't know how he gets the job done night in and night out, but, you know, he had a great series for their team, and, you know, he was letting us know about every basket he scored.
Well, he looks so mean when he's saying it. We think that he's really saying bad things to you.
Well, he's been known to say a few cuss words in his time, so Charles has a way with words.
Bill, what about playing against a guy like Barkley, who is so emotional and so motivational for his team? Is that fun for you to see a guy like that who can get under your skin sometimes out there in the court, or would you rather just kind of not deal with people like that on the basketball court?
Well, fortunately, I was a guard.
No, I know that.
But, you know, what you want to do with a guy like that is if you can't stop him a few times, if you can't get him out of rhythm, it really hurts him and their team. But Charles seemingly will come back with something, and he gets the ball so much, and seemingly walks a lot, right, Scott? Gets away with that kind of stuff, so holds, and he's tough to stop. But I'll tell you, Scott, Horace, and whoever played him did a great job on him, just to hold him down and to make every basket he got tough.
Howard. Let me ask the shooters a question. Now, that's not you, Scott and Bill, just for the record.
Yeah, I know. Bill told me in Game 6 I let a couple fly. I should have fly. Found some time on the bench for that.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I mean, the three-point guys. You were talking about the off-season, you condition and stuff. Do you have to shoot all summer long to keep your rhythm, or do you just not want to touch a basketball for a while at all?
You have to shoot all summer to build up the rhythm up, to get yourself prepared for training camp. Because training camp lasts about 6 or 7 days, and then you're into the exhibition season. If you haven't prepared yourself over the summer, you can get off to a slow start, and sometimes it can take a long time to catch up.
You too, BJ?
Well, you know, preparation is the key. You know, you just don't show up and all of a sudden it's going to be gone. So you have to prepare and shoot and practice, and hopefully it'll be clicking when it has to.
The top three-point shooter in the NBA right here, BJ. And we'll have much more to come as we continue our Bulls celebration here at Channel 2 in just a minute. Stay where you are.
Michael and all your teammates, congratulations on a title well deserved. And you know, nobody's done it better than you have. Holy cow.
We're live celebrating the Bulls. Let's go to our live audience for some more questions. Lester Holt.
Young man here has been waiting very patiently. What do you want to ask?
Well, first I want to say that Benny the Bull is definitely better than the Suns Gorilla.
Good question.
I don't think Bill Cartwright was ever little. But, do you remember that at all? I mean, was there a time you had a tough time with the game?
Yeah, you know, when you're big, you know, you're always awkward. There's always these little guys running around you. And you seemingly never catch them. So, it's much tougher for a big guy to play basketball when you're little. Yeah, so it's, you know, you can't play any sport when you're little because you're awkward. So
Right.
it is hard.
You've grown so fast, I don't think your coordination is quite caught up with your growth spurts. So you're always like tall and gangly. I was always real thin and wiry, and I never seemed to have good balance or anything like that. So I wondered sometimes if I was going to be able to be able to play sports.
So when does that develop then?
I don't know if it has yet.
Well, BJ is still growing.
Well, I was always small, so I always had my coordination. I was one of those guys Bill was chasing around trying to catch. But, you know, there are times where you're frustrated out there and that you figure, am I going to be as good or am I going to reach my potential? But you just stuck with it, and you never know what can happen.
Well, Howard.
All right, sir, come here.
Thank you. Howard, I must have had a good question because you asked part of it. I wanted to say...
That doesn't mean it was good.
Well, I can have your job.
You know what? Now you don't get to ask the rest of them.
Thanks, Howard. Fellas, you're a support team behind Michael. So my question is in two parts. What can you do to encourage young people today to be supportive of one another and be champions? And two, because you're beat up so in your sport, it's the most physical sport that there is, what do you do mentally and physically to prepare for it? Thanks, Howard.
BJ, you want to start on that?
Well, to answer the first part of the question, what do you do? I think it's all comes down to one thing. It's being very comfortable with yourself. And I think all the people here, as well as our team, are very comfortable with ourselves. And we know what we're capable of doing, not only as players, but as individuals. And that's why we all know our roles within our team. It is a team. There is going to be a player that's going to carry you, but we're very comfortable with that. And second of all, what was the second part of that question again?
What do you do to prepare mentally and physically for such an active sport?
Well, I think with your preparation, before you get to the game, I think the game is actually played. Your mental preparation, are you eating correctly? Are you getting your proper rest? And I think that really prepares you when you get on the court. Playing is the easy part. It's the practice. It's getting through all the travel, all the hotels, getting in late at night. And I think once you play, it's such a relief because that's what we love to do anyway. And playing is just wonderful once you get out there and we're battling with each other. And I think it just falls into place.
Someone else. Good question.
Well, I think the big thing is the preparation. The game's going to take care of itself. You're going to react to the game, and once you're out there, your bodies are going to collide, and things are going to happen. But the preparation before the game, and of course while you're out there, knowing what you should be doing, the acceptance of your role, like BJ was alluding to. I know that tons of time, I know when BJ's on the court, he feels like, man, I'm going to let this go. And I know Scott wants to let it go. So, but what you do is that you want to play your role and do what's best for the team. And, fortunately we have 12, well this year 14 guys who played their role, and, the end results is another ring.
And preparation can mean elementary school, junior high, grade school, high school, right on into college.
Exactly.
Lester?
Question.
Do you think you'll be able to make a 4P next year?
That's a simple question.
And maybe some of the problems.
Trent Tucker, when you hear that word 4-peat, and Horace was the first guy to mention it today. Did you notice that? It hadn't come up, and all of a sudden he mentions 4-peat. What do you think of? Is it too early to let your mind, head that direction?
Well, I think you have to cherish the moment that we have now, but I think with this basketball team, if it stays together and it stays healthy, I think it can win another championship. I'm talking about next year.
Let's go to Howard Sudbury.
For B.J. Armstrong. I know that sports is about sportsmanship and all of that. And lately we've been reading a lot about B.J.'s arrival. But when you pushed Kevin Johnson down, did you think at that point you had him under control and you had him
Look at that face. Look at that face. That guy's a lover, not a fighter. Look at that face.
Well, when you're out there playing, you're not actually, sometimes you react upon emotion, and You know, I like to play. I like to play hard. Sometimes it gets a little physical out there, but when people, you accept punishment and you dish punishment out. And when people take an advantage of you or do something that's unnecessary, you have to either stand up for yourself or back away. So it just kind of happened in the emotion of the game, but you know, if it happens, you got to do what you got to do.
Right. You're pushing Lester, you have a question?
I have a question for the players. What did you feel when Charles Barkley was telling Chicago to take the stuff off the windows and that? About to tell him something?
The Save the City theme, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any feeling about that, Scott?
Well, you know, I think Charles is someone who likes to speak on about every subject there is. For us, I think that we were looking forward to the post-game celebrations and partying so much in Game 5. We forgot to go out there and play basketball. And yeah, it kind of bothered us a little bit, but you know, it was kind of like saying, yeah, he's right. You know, we need to go back and be more businesslike on the court and mind preparation prior to the game. You know, not worried about travel arrangements for friends and family coming in, or you know, what party you're going to go to and where and all those kind of things. You know, we had to get back to the business on hand, and that was when playing basketball, and we did that.
We're going to get back to business right after this break.
We in Chicago take great pride in our sporting activities, and you represent the best in basketball. Congratulations.
It's a great accomplishment to win a world championship once, but to win it 3 times in a row, that's awesome. And the Bulls are awesome.
7 serving 5. Set for Kim Oden. She's got to go over.
This is the real perspective. I thought you were supposed to be short. I could still out-jump you. But I'm not going to try. We want to thank everybody for being with us on our own special celebration. I especially want to thank the Bulls, the team, for making us so proud. You're good role models. We want to be like all of you guys. You have made it possible for us to hold our heads a little higher, walk a little faster, and it'll stay all year long. Thanks for coming. Great job. See you next year.
reason to win an NBA championship series. Barley for three.
They got some momentum, and that arena got as loud as any I'd ever heard.
I have a feeling that Phoenix might have thought it was over.
Their defensive intensity picked up, and you couldn't hear yourself thinking that in that fourth quarter.
The Suns with the season on the line, hoping to send it for a seventh game here.
I was just hoping we just had an opportunity to get a break where we could get ourselves back into the game.
Rebounded by Michael Jordan. And Jordan is able to go the distance.
We couldn't believe that he drove the 94 feet. No one touched him. Layup.
I think it scared them, and they went, uh-oh, they're back.
2-point Phoenix lead. Marley eluding Jordan. Frank Johnson gives it back. Marley, oh, he went short, and it's a 24-second violation.
So then I turned to Coach Jackson, and I said, no, we haven't had it. I said, we're going to win this game.
And the first thing I told him is, you want to go for three? Let's go for three if we got the shot.
And I think all of us kind of looked at him and said, maybe that's not a real wise thing to do.
And I laughed to try and ease the tension of the situation.
And I told Johnny, if I were coaching, I'd say to hell with it. Let's shoot the three and go on home.
It has come down to this possession.
By diagramming it, he wanted to bring Scottie Pippen up the middle and allow Michael the opportunity to get it back and get a full head of steam at the basket. That was really the decision coming out of the timeout, was to get Michael the ball and try to tie the game.
The last thing that I remember Phil Jackson, the coach, saying in the huddle was, if you feel like going for the three, go for it.
They want Michael to get a full head of steam, try to keep him in the middle of the floor.
The whole play changed when the ball was delivered to Pippen because Barkley kind of dove at the pass.
It really corrupted their whole defense because
Charles has a reputation for trying to steal passes like that.
They committed error defensively because they got out of position, and we started breaking them down bit by bit.
I thought I had a clear lane to the basket for a while. Horseman stepped in, and I dished the ball to him. And
I could have laid the ball up, but Danny Ainge was going to foul me. And the way I was playing that night, there was no way I was going to take that shot.
I tell Horace it was the best decision he ever made, so.
You know, it takes a shooter to take that shot.
I got as good a look at a shot as I'd had all year.
It's interesting if you watch that play that all five teammate members touched the ball.
Pax waiting for BJ to come back, and Michael flips it in to BJ, back to Michael. Michael, 11 seconds. Across the timeline he comes, goes to Pippen. Pippen runs down the lane, dumps it out to Horace. Paxson for three! Yes! Yes! It's the three! 3 10 seconds left, and the Bulls lead 99-98.
I didn't think the shot was good. The minute he left his hand, there was no doubt about it. You know, the ball was as true a flight as I've seen in my career.
He apparently knew the shot was going in. That's how much confidence these guys have in each other. I mean, I was like this, you know, going up, you know, watching the ball. And when it went in, I mean, it was one of the feelings that I don't think I could ever feel again. There's still quite a bit of time left, and BJ on the right sideline in the right corner fell down.
I think he had passed that on the floor over there.
I know that after I made it, my first look was up at the clock to see how much time was left. And when we went back to the bench, all I kept saying to myself was, just make this shot mean something.
Ball in. We're trying to get it to Barkley. Couldn't get it to him. Went back over to KJ. Kevin Johnson.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this past summer was a sad and tragic one for the NBA and the Chicago Bulls family. We ask that you rise and join us now in a moment of silent tribute to the memory of basketball greats Drazen Petrovic. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the Chicago Stadium. Tonight's game is between the Miami Heat and your Chicago Bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand and join in the singing of our national anthem, being played for us tonight by Arthur Scales.
Chicago Bulls Bulls have done something that has not been done in the NBA for more than a quarter of a century. They have brought you the action of the World Championship 3 years in a row. The 90-91 championship flag, the 91-92, 92-93.
NBA to be here to congratulate the NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls. Their 3 consecutive championships place them amongst the greats of all NBA teams and all sports teams. Congratulations to that team, to the entire Bulls organization, to the city of Chicago, and to the great basketball fans of Chicago. Johnny, let's give out the rings.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice President of Basketball. Head coach, Phil Jackson. His assistant, Tex Winter. Jim Clemens. One of their scouts, Robert Chip Schaefer. And now, your world champion Chicago Bulls, Chuck Tucker.
Jay Paxton! That the two co-captains join me here at center court. Co-captain Bill Cartwright and Michael Jordan from last year's team. Please join me over here. Mike, we're going to give you a chance to say something to your fans.
First of all, let me say, as team captain of this great team that I had the experience of playing with, many of them for 3 years, some for even more, it brings me great pleasure to have the opportunity to represent the city of Chicago and the organization of Chicago Bulls, as well as the Jordan family. I want to say thanks to a lot of you who stood beside us all summer long when we went through a very trying period. Without you guys' support, as well as our friends, we would have never gotten through it. But I think most of all, thank you for the 9 years that I had the opportunity to represent you guys on the basketball court. And deep down in my heart, as I live in this earth, I will always be a Chicago Bulls fan, and I will support my teammates to the fullest. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you focus your eyes over here on this end of the court, we'll have the raising of the new World Championship banner by the entire Bulls organization.